Citations. We get some background music. Greetings and salutations, everyone. Welcome to today's stream. Of course, my name is Samus. If you're watching this after the fact, welcome. Appreciate you. Surprisingly large amount of views after the fact, which is very cool. Surprising, but very cool. Even though I had an abrupt end to yesterday's stream, I got a little bit of a chance to run around off camera pretty late with Beef and a couple of the guys from the Giants Guild. And so we picked up a couple of levels, even like I said, even though we didn't really play that much yesterday. And then today during the quiet time, aka before I was streaming, I took the time and I played around with some gear, right? Remember the other day we talked about maybe it'd be sweet to get the Epic Gem and Mini Facet set up with the Valkor's Might and the Windlasher's Ferocity. How that'd make a really sweet item, especially if we were to craft like Armor Piercing, Double Strike, Insightful Deadly. Well, to be fair, my original thought was to put Insightful Con on it. We'll explain why that was a mistake in a minute. But I think this feels pretty good. We slotted in a Master's Gift. So essentially by wearing this 3-piece set right now, we have 25% Armor Piercing, 11% Double Strike, 3 Insightful Deadly, 20% Artifact bonus to Threat Gen, plus 3 Artifact attack and damage, 3 to critical confirmation, and critical damage, also artifact. Additional artifact, 10% double strike, double shot, and an extra 10% artifact bonus to melee power. And then for the other 2 pieces of the set, we're getting 9 strength, 4 insightful strength, and perma haste for the low price of having Featherfall. We also get a sweet strength clicky for an extra little bit to strength. Quality strength, I think, currently is +2 at the moment, so bear with me. Normally that would be +6 to quality to strength, which is pretty nice. And then over here in the Epic Bracers of the Claw, which, to be fair, they added the Epic Valkor's Might to the Epic Bracers of the Claw, but it didn't force an update of the item. So I was working with an old version of the item and they changed it to Bound to Account. But I was still working with an old version of the item that said Insightful 2 Constitution and Fortification 100. This version of the item is substantially better. 4 Insightful Constitution, 111% Fortification, pairing for False Life 36, and 2 slots of green and a colorless. That's like night and day difference. So in my original kind of thinking through of this crystal, that's why I was thinking Constitution 4 over here, and it was not necessary. We could just done Insightful Deadly 3 the first time, and it would have been fine. So like I said, for these 3 slots, that feels like a real boost of power at level 20 now. If we could swap out this Epic Cape of the Rock for the Dust Boots by doing the raid at some point in the future, I think it might be worth it. But for now, the Boots of Tranquility do a really nice job. Now, I haven't thought too deeply about it, but the way things are currently set up, if we replace our goggles and our gloves with the Raven set, it would break the melee Sharn set, right? But if we were to do that, we could use instead of using the cloak slot here, we could go like boots, belts, hat, for a 3-piece Abishai set as well. And that would free up our armor for some random slot and a necklace for a random slot. Which could be really interesting. Or if we were going to break our thing here, we could wear a wolf whistle instead of the cloak. And then that allows us to easily put in a 3-piece Abishai set like boots, gloves, cloak. That'd be really easy. Hi, baby. Hi. Nice to see you. We get a rare Margot visit, everybody. I don't know if you guys can see her with the way the camera is pointed. Just barely. Just barely. Let me see if I can shift the camera just a little bit for right now. Oh, look at that. Look. Oh, she's gone. She's abandoning us. So, I don't know. It's just something that I've been thinking about a lot lately, specifically with the notion that we're going to be moving into ETR land, right? So we're going to like prep sagas for 1 level up, and then we're going to do like XP our way up there. We'll ETR back to 20. We'll pop a bunch of our sagas. Maybe we'll hit some explorer zones, right? Feel back up. And then probably TR. We'll go back to like Bam Bam. So yeah, we'll just have to see, right? Maybe we run from 1 to 20. Maybe we just do iconics. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it goes. But I'm trying to rethink of part of my problem that I've been having doing this iconic leveling was I felt like there's not really gear upgrades that's worth the time to take and mess up what you already have. The synergy take the time to build at level 15. Maybe a tweak piece of gear here at 16 or something like that, right? So my thought process is if I take the time to do it at 15, I take the time to do it again at 20, and then I take the time to do it again at 29. Well, at least it still feels like there's a moment where there's a power upgrade gear-wise. Normally, we feel like we get that with the Sentience Gem, right? Because normally, I feel like most people who have a style and stick with the style will end up using the Sentience Gem fairly consistently, right? Particularly if you like, for example, two-handed fighting. It's pretty easy to take like a Great Axe or something, or an Epic Sword of Shadows, something like that, like a nice two-hander at level 20, and slap a Sentience Gem in it, even if you just go to level 5 and put a prowess set in it, something like that, right? I don't have that in this character because I don't do a lot with hand reps in that way, so there's not a lot of power switching there. Also, the way that I TR so often, I feel like I don't really have an opportunity to mess with that, which is why, for me, instead it makes more sense to do that kind of stuff with the Bone Crusher and have that at level 18. But that means that I don't really have a superior weapon at level 20 most of the time to like really play with things, unless it's going to go on a more generic weapon, like a dagger or what do I have? An epic. I didn't make an Epic Sword of Shadows. One of the bound to account ones, like an antique Great Axe, maybe something like that. Something that you can share across characters level 20. I think I'm trying to spend more of my time and energy thinking about the 20 to the 30 process than I usually would. So maybe you guys have this kind of stuff figured out already, and if you do, I would love to know. Send me a tell, send me a whisper, send an in-game mail, whatever you need to do, because I don't have experience running this kind of stuff consistently, and I know probably I'm in the very much of the minority of the DDO community in this way. Let's see, what else is going on? Level 25 opened up a couple of things for us, right? In the process, we reached level 23, which opened up our double strike, double shot. Momentum swing now actually trips, and before it didn't do that. So that feels like a real power increase. I don't think there was like, I didn't feel like this changed that much in other ways. Our Reaper enhancements, however, also kind of turned on in a major way. You know, some extra all-the-time melee power, some all-the-time MMR, PR, dodge. Again, more melee power, etc., etc. So we're definitely starting to kind of get in that sick area. The other thing that really turned this build on, I think, in my opinion, is Crush the Weak. 15% more damage versus Helpless. So because we took the Falconry tree to pick up that extra Helpless, and that extra Helpless from that 15, we can't take it out of the Barbarian tree. We just didn't get high enough in that tree, obviously, to get it there. But if we can layer these make Helpless type things with our big stuns, or big trips or big stuns, up here at level 26, we'll be able to pick up an extra 15% Helpless. And then Beef was telling me this is stunned here. One of these starts to make Helpless. Maybe this is what he was thinking. But essentially, we're going to be able to start making things Helpless very reliably and doing even more damage to Helpless. I think that's going to be the key to make this build good. Or maybe good's not the right word, but definitely better than it is. Alright, so let's take a look. We have a Saltmarsh Slayer, which is not really my thing. A Lost in the Swamp, which could be my thing, depending on who is leading said group. I feel like this is fine, right? Let's just join. See what happens. Hey guys. Let me grab the quest and I'll be right there. I'll just head there then. I guess I'm missing what part of the story they're at. Seemed like they were in the swamp, and I should be totally fine for that part. Oh, we try to share into the road. You guys are into the road? Oh, you're in the swamp. I feel like I should check. I feel like it's not that much further this way to to find out. Okay, that's not it. They are in the road. I'm in if you're waiting on me. I mean, I can't move yet, but in the event that they are waiting on me, we are ready.
Marina carefully takes the scroll from atop the altar. It seems this particular
Hold on, sprint boost.
Part of the Planus Mechanisnet, the Harpers vanish in a burst of magic, taking the Nether Scroll with them. You've reached your journey's end, for now. Yet you have the feeling that you've not heard the last of the Shadow Empire.
I missed the experience. Boo. Happens though. Wayloon? I'd probably stick around for Wayloon if people are interested in doing Wayloon. I think. Right? Is that better than going and doing a giant hold? Probably, right? We can again always do giant hold up to 30. Yeah, okay. So it looks like it's going to take him a few minutes to be ready to go do Wayloon, so stick around. We can take care of a couple of things. Alright, so let me talk about something else that part of this gear setup that I'm not entirely sure about here. We picked up a couple of extra augment slots, a green, a colorless, and I think a yellow. So trying to keep things at 20, what do we do with a green, a yellow, and a colorless? I feel like the colorless is an easy extra +1, I think. It might be cuckoo. It might be true. Right? Exceptional, +1 exceptional, strength. Seems right. Where's the... There's not a banker here, right? So if it's not already in my backpack, I don't have it. Yeah, let's wait a second. Let's go back over here. Yeah, we could do exceptional con pretty easy. I don't think we have that slotted in any place. They're exceptional, right? Alright, well, I guess we'll just have to sort by diamonds. Exceptional con. I'm just looking at the ones that we already probably have. One's, yeah, level 20. That's what I thought. And these are much higher, right? Level 22. Yeah, I don't think we want to do anything that's going to take it above level 20. So if we put exceptional con in here, I don't think that's a problem. Oh, I also forgot to mention that this Belt of Brutal Force I found, I think on the hardcore character server. The last hardcore character transfer character, I think had this belt. So that's giving us an extra 2 quality strength. So, at first I was thinking I could put exceptional strength in here, but I don't want to mess around with that diamond of constitution, I don't think. It could go in here. It would kind of make sense. And like I said, the con can go in the colorless slot easily. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. So if we have a good idea for what should go in the other slot, I would love to know. Yeah, topaz would be these, so it's way too high. 30. So we could do a resistance of 30, which would probably be fine. We could do a fear immunity, would not be the worst. Does one of these things give us damage, like a minimum damage? I know this has got some, right? Or deadly. But I don't think any of our other gear has like a minimum deadly. Do we want to make a minimum deadly slot in here? Also, does this ring even make sense to wear once I have this? I guess so. It's plus 1 more strength. Hey Dallas, how's it going, buddy? Just kind of trying to get a little bit of experience going here, but also try to figure out a couple other things. I don't think we have a death block slot all the time. Maybe that's just what we do. We just slot death block in. There we go. I think that's fine. I went and I ran. I got my coat, did all the thing. We made the gym the way we kind of talked about, doing all the things. If you wanted to look at it, here you go. I did a little bit at the beginning of the stream, so if you wanted to watch it, you can definitely go back and catch one of the vlogs on it. But we'll probably get more in depth on this kind of gearing stuff soon. I think that I'm going to be taking a deep dive through the available gear at level 20 soon. And especially for those of us who are long-time players that have a lot of this stuff built up, assuming that you can get a base item, I think getting a lot of this stuff together at level 20 should not be that difficult. I mean, again, look, I went and I did have to run two alt accounts over to help check on the chest, but we did well. Dallas says, "Bless you, darling." She says, "Thank you." But this seems strong. Oh, we need to get the exceptional strength, right? Okay, that puts our standing in the public zone strength to 66. It's claiming our dire charge DC is 82. That's not bad. I got the friends in the low places where the XP's terrible because the quests are darkses. I hate playing in the dark every time. I feel like it covers up the awesome graphics, and I don't want to struggle bus being able to see. I'm old. Mold whippersnapper. I feel like we're supposed to be in a fantasy land, right? That I can run around without getting winded. Like this crazy cat man. Come on. Alright, so our normal boost is going to look like it's 78-ish. It's pretty okay. And then we have some short-term buffs with Power Surge. Our Divine Might's not running, so that takes our Dire Charge up to 897. 97 seems like a reasonable Dire Charge, doesn't it? Ooh. Maybe 4 rings. No, get that chest. How did I get so turned around here? Let's get caught up. Get caught up and hurry. I mean, I appreciate the hard carry as much as the next guy, but I have to at least pretend to try. I mean, we did trip everybody. I don't want to be hit. I don't want to be hit by you. Please no.
The Elder thanks you for protecting the camp. We will be safe now. Take this crest.
Again, I feel like our damage is low. That's a lot to do with our hand wraps, unfortunately. There's just not, in my opinion, reasonable hand wraps yet. But our DCs feel good. I feel we're pretty safe. I mean, look at that. Our save's 100. We're not even capped yet. We're 25. Seems okay. Doesn't it? Seems good.
Shouts come from both ends of the camp. It's a two-pronged assault. More criminals drop down right in the middle of the camp. As the gate defenders fall, the criminals force the gates open.
Man, I really dislike when your animation doesn't line up with anything. Alright, they decided to go in. I feel like going in's always wrong. Maybe tripping. I mean, I do feel like we got our damage up to not great, but better. Definitely think we get a lot of bonus power type of perks here with the few more levels. Oh, Oh no, too many. Well, I'm glad we had at least the one. The one clear. Oh, I'm too mad to... Oh man. I'm tired of not feeling good. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm on the healing side of being sick. I just would like that to be now, you know? Yeah. I feel like we've done a pretty good job for what we got stuck with there. Here's the dubs. Yeah, I just don't have enough healing, self-healing for this kind of quest.
You've routed the criminals and ended their scheme to destroy the Weylin natives. The leader of Harvest Hall motions you over, eager to speak with you. You are welcome to use Harvest Hall as a place to rest and recover from now on.
Boo. Boo. I was hoping to at least get some garbage. My dog behind me is like sneezy. The dogs are all sneezy. I feel like there's an XP thing somewhere right around there, and I just didn't see it. I feel like I could have taken basically a big fart and picked up some free experience, and I have no idea where it was at. All right.
With their help, you may be able to learn who's been recruiting gangs inside the prison.
Power mad. Thanks, buddy. It's nice to feel believed in.
What kind of fools do you take us
Yeah, I might redo the hand reps. We might not be doing prowess.
Good. Then we can start the lesson.
We may do
A voice calls to you from
like next fall, actually.
This isn't over. In fact, it's only begun.
I think doesn't I feel like that has a extra damage against tripped and knocked down people. This way. What? Yeah. Yep. Definitely feel like I'm in the wrong thing. What is Break playing? A pure Druid Dragonborn. A cold base Dragonborn Druid. That sounds sick. Fragmente, hello. More Fragmentes.
A gate unlocks in the distance as more lizard folk attack.
Felt good. Like that felt like a good engage, right? I don't think I'm crazy. I think that we could be onto something. Just gotta really layer the helpless damage, right? It's part of the reason I really think that we wanted to really wanted to play with the play with the bird. Try to, because the bird can give helpless, right? But we need an assassinate DC, which we could have. I think we could have a good assassinate DC if we wanted. I didn't see. I hate it when they don't show the number on the screen. I feel like I missed them. God, I hate Featherfall so much.
As you reach the rooftop, the voice calls out
I'm gonna have to start doing this stupid raid. I don't think I'm gonna be able to wear this cloak. I think it'll drive me insane. How do people do this? I'm too mad to use that, huh? Yes. Too mad to use the ladder. Too mad to be allowed to use the ladder. I'm fine. You know what I mean? Like, the build I think is feeling good.
Now, to help yourself to the mad priest's hoard of treasure.
Ooh. I don't know what we would do with it, but every time I get a Vorpal Maul, I get a little smile inside. I really do feel like every maul is a Vorpal Maul if you swing it hard enough. I've been a big fan of Battle Angel, and I always say the name wrong. Anita. I saw the anime. It's been my favorite anime for quite a long time. More than a couple of decades. Man, I can't believe someone used that term with me the other day when we were talking about time. He was like, "Man, that was a decade ago," and I'm like, "Oh my God, do I have to start measuring things in decades now?" So anyway, several decades ago, I watched it. So I'm really glad that it's finally getting made into hopefully a couple of movies now. I think they announced the second one. But one of my favorite characters is the Doctor with his jet-powered hammer. See, I hate this part. This is the whole reason I hate Wayloon. Every quest that does this, makes me hate playing. I literally dislike. What? Yeah, okay. We're on the right way still. Sort of right through here. Yeah, back around this way. I dislike so many things about this one. Every time the map goes like that, it just makes me feel cross-eyed and blind. You know what I mean? I dislike it. I wonder if are we missing? Are we having some complications landing? I don't think so. Don't get me wrong, we're certainly not winning any land speed DPS records here. Right? That's not a problem that we're having. But if we can contribute in a major way, right, if our contribution to the party can be significant in an additional manner, right? Like the extra sheer crowd control. I mean, I would prefer to be in DPS as well, and we might still get there. We just need to find some hand wraps that feel good. How did this guy kill somebody over there? Not here. I didn't think I saw the experience. Dog's going ham back there. Then I think you can kind of get away with a little bit of slop. Right, like Bray went in, and we were able to follow that up with the the stun trip AoE attack. I feel like it was good. At what point do you transition your dogs into dogs instead of puppies? When do you start thinking of the dog as a dog and not a puppy? 3 years old? Really? Because Remington still refers to Quinn as a puppy. She's 10.
A frigid mist drifts out of the dark foreboding view. This must be Shades' lair inside the shadow.
Well, I guess it's kind of like a kid. A baby isn't a baby after 6 years old. But physically, right? They would be 7. Like physically, they're 7 years, like a 7-to-1 ratio. Physically, emotionally though, probably a couple more years, right? I don't know. Margot is just very, very smart, and it's kind of scary. I don't want her to lose that puppiness yet, but I would like her to develop a little bit more maturity. What? I'm confused. Did we just kill that guy so fast that he didn't get this thing summoned until after he was already dead? I guess that's what happens. Kind of gross. Kind of gross.
The world around you has changed. It's become a shadow of Waylon, where the streets are hollow and the darkness almost feels alive.
I really do think that what should happen is one experienced person should run over here and then open this door for everybody. And everybody else should just recall and come through this way. I think it would generate or cause so much less issues that it would just feel like a whole different experience.
Says the Netherese wizard. Unpredictable even for a Shadar Kai. Whatever his excesses.
How long does this last?
Your kind will never
30 seconds.
responds the Shadar Kai. The Shadow Curse is Stormcloak. He does this because
The nice thing about the sprint boost is it's a nice upgrade that you can kind of use a little bit more leniency. I try to skip Waylon every life. I chew too, but I'm not going to be able to much longer. I'm going to have to do it because I'm probably going to have to kind of get in the habit of doing, if I'm going to do double epic lives, right?
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest.
Somehow it did it again. I would really like to know why. I literally do not understand what's happening.
Dresses a terrified prisoner. I really did like you. It pains me to think how you'll be torn apart. You've saved the poor captive from being mauled by the Howler.
Yeah, I don't like the purple either. It really bothers me, the making it hard to see.
Calls to you from behind the safety of a grave. You must be the one who killed my friend. Now, perhaps, you think you can kill more?
I do like the experience points per minute out of these quests, though. I feel like they are that. Particularly the last one, if you know what's going on. Like that. Even if you don't know what's going on, that quest can be really good. But if you do know what's going on and you can navigate that last quest quickly, it is very good. I know, but I would rather, if I can help it, not put out a significantly different game than what the designers intended. Part of it. Also, I really just don't like doing that. I'll take the time of doing it in one of the quests, the glacier quest. That's usually the only one. It's a good looking. A little bit further than that, if possible. Yeah, like there would be good. That's where I put my feet down. What convenient number do you have there?
6 feet.
Yeah, 6 foot would be good.
How far across do we go?
Karleth moves to attack, his face a twisted mixture of rage and joy.
That's roughly the same place as the legs, but it can go. I mean, I can move the table and put it on top of it even.
With his spiked chain, tripping a lever. He's killing the
3
prisoner.
feet.
Yeah, 3 feet by 6 feet would be good. Yeah, lovely.
His hunt for thrills has ended.
I feel like I had AFK and getting.
You've saved the captive from Karleth's deadly devices.
Sorry, everybody had a quick wife question. you guys want to go, I'll stay until one of you guys get back. It's fine. If not, I'm gonna go. And then hurry up and get back. Alright, I'll go then. Go. Get the quest advanced, get back, etc. Repeats. I don't mind not getting the reward. That's never been my problem. Not for anything out here anyhow. It'd be different if you could eat these things. I feel like you should be able to. The rest of the rewards are not great, so it's not like people are going to be out here farming. And maybe you still farm it, but whatever. Who cares? If you go and do 5 quests and get 5 pieces of named loot to eat to your sentience gem, is that the end of the world? Doesn't seem like it. It just feels bad. When you're going through your inventory and you misclick or you like, oh, and then you use it for 1 level and then you want to eat it and it's...
The streets are hollow and the darkness almost
You can't. Part of me feels like I should have stayed out there. Because if I would have stayed out there... I'll try putting it here in my story slot. If we would have stayed out there, we could have piped quite a bit more kills before we had to come in here and be helpful. That's okay. Looks like Ray went south. So we will try to catch up with Gray. That will be our plan. He is on the way back, right? That's pretty obvious, I think.
Were you wanting to leave tomorrow or you want...
A shade appears from out of the darkness. She seems to have been the door here has been sealed off with bricks. This door has been blocked off. You will have to find another way around. Before you can deliver the final blow, Oralace deliberately falls on her dagger. The assassin was too proud to accept defeat by one such as you.
all of the shadow orbs, place them on their pedestals to grant further access to the nexus. A barrier of magical shadows blocks this doorway. There has to be another way around it. Place the light orbs on their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus. You take a quick glimpse into your mirror. A bridge of solid darkness has formed inside the Shadowfell, spanning the gap to the tower entrance. The barrier of light disappears, allowing you to proceed.
Well played.
The Shade applauds.
You've certainly done a better job of damaging my operation than this fool of a cat burglar. I shall force him to watch as I destroy you.
Tivorus laughs as he draws a protective spell around himself.
Simpletons. My sorcery allows me to exist in both light and shadow at once. I can easily deal with you and continue to maintain the Shadowfell Nexus at the same time.
Tivorus falls, breaking his hold over Orifon. Orifon quickly mutters a mystic phrase over the scroll, destroying the connection between the old stone hall and the shadow.
Alright guys, sorry about that. I was talking with the wife. Alright, let's go down. And I think we're gonna have to transition back. I think I can navigate my way back to the end fight without too much problems, but really need time to activate this. Nice. Alright, that should get us to the end. Not that we can really... I mean, I guess the quest is over. It didn't really matter when we got here at this point, I guess. Well, that's kind of a disappointment. I was hoping for something sweet out of there. Every once in a while, you can get something kind of sweet out of there. I should have probably bio also, but we'll see. We also need to... Yeah, it looks like people are splitting. Well, yeah, looks like some... Yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now. Yeah, there goes some people. I was just thinking that maybe I don't need to, like, maybe the party isn't going to fall all the way apart. Maybe everyone did. What's next? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe he'll message, be like, hey, we're going to do blah. It doesn't matter. Alas, we can't take any of these things. It doesn't matter unless we want to take this, which seems bad. So I'll grab this trophy. Alright. So, here's a giant hold run. Doing Madstone. Madstone seems like a good one to get for free, doesn't it? It's been going for a little bit. We'll try it. We'll try it. What the heck? Oh, shoot. We have to level first. That's why I teleported here. I know we have some wiggle room still, but I just don't know how much wiggle room anymore. I can't judge the new bar system on experience, and I don't have all the number like values memorized. I've seen some people update their bio to put those numbers in there now, and I probably should do the same, but here we go. So we definitely probably want that. I think we definitely probably want that. No, we want this. I think we want to prioritize this. Yeah, let's start with this. Okay. So... Oh, they're done. That's why. Darn it. I would... I wonder if I could get through the first one. I wouldn't mind continuing to... I should probably just put up a new giant hold group. We'll see where they're going next, I suppose. If that looks like they're going to do the raid, maybe we'll just try to... Or not the raid, the Inquest tour. Maybe we'll just try to jump in with them on a tour. If it looks like they're going to do... I don't know, whatever that looks like they're going to do next, I'll just we'll try to decide. We may end up putting up our own giant hold group. Just give it a minute. But I am going to quickly grab a restroom break, I think. Yeah. All right, everybody, be right back. Just a minute. Alright. Hopefully everyone is back. Whew. I feel like the temperature in here went a little bit crazy out of nowhere. Toxic tree. Oh. Rip. I wouldn't mind doing that. I don't feel like leading that though. I'm back to trying to figure out if I could go do, like, is it worth it for me to go? Probably. It's probably worth it to do anything I can to get the quality player like Bray, right? Bray is going to, like, do 99% of any quest that I would do. And he'll do it on a higher difficulty that I would feel comfortable trying to do on this character. Which means we have to be able to go knock this quest out. Guess we could. We only have to do it on. We just have to do it once, right? We don't have to do it on anything. Maybe we just do it. Save our first time. Let's do it on heroic. We probably didn't even have to do it on elite. Just do it on whatever. Get through it.
You stumble through the thick mists. You spot a corpse in the grass near the abandoned.
Yeah, this seems fine.
From down the road you hear the sounds of harsh work. The soldier looks up, his face strangely pale. Harks! You hear howling in the distance. A raven cries somewhere overhead. Someone with so many scenarios to guard a room.
Alright, I think we can pretty quickly here.
You hear a branch snap behind you.
Right? That's all we have to do.
You realize you can hear noise from other
No, we don't. We have to kill this whole ambush thing, right? Gross! Hey, Witchy, what's up? Better from the migraine? Better than from yesterday's migraine. Today's migraine's still kind of being a pain, but yesterday's migraine was definitely worse. I also didn't tax myself as hard, if that makes sense.
Irina, he shouted. Whether I wandered too far away from his side. When I was with you, I
So,
thought-
like, yesterday after my doctor's appointment, I was feeling okay. So I went and I, like, worked in the garage and stuff, and I rearranged everything. And then I did a few other things, and I think that was too much. So, definitely think we learned I need that time to relax afterwards, and not to push it. Hey. That sounds good. Just run. I'm just here to be the little kid to tag along. Those bad ones don't really go away, but they get better over time. Yeah, so I have been diagnosed with what's called persistent cluster migraines. So it's not a matter of pain, not pain. It's a matter of how intense. So when my migraines start to get
As you come to the door of the witch's den, you recall the password from yesterday's journal. You whisper, and the words on the door play.
But so basically, I just am a matter of turn it up, turn it down. I have a medication that sometimes helps, sometimes doesn't. So, all right, we're still going this way. So for me personally, it's just a matter of like, can I put myself in a spot where it doesn't distract me too much? And right now, it's very difficult. So for me, what happens is I have these big crests of pain, usually around a trigger. So like I usually am like at a 4 or 5, right? You know what I mean? They don't have these crests to like 6 or 7s, even an 8. I think yesterday for a little while I probably put myself in that 8 category for sure. Looking back at it, like especially there at the end when I just couldn't anymore and I just turned it all off.
Face twisting into a black tooth gleam, the witch continues. You little boy, flunkers now, and bandages with a pen. Smooth, always secret. And then...
No, not that button. Yeah, that was the wrong button. Anyway, I have a feeling it's going to be one of those days for me.
These vile crones have uttered their last curses. It is time to search the lair. You find a set of vials which consist of potions of gaseous foam described in the journal. They will allow you entry into a magical tower within the treasure.
Oops. All right. I forgot I have the permanent feather fall. Our gear set may involve rock boots. Turning our feather fall off and on based off of whether or not we're wearing boots seems bad though. It's going all the way down. I think that's what he's doing. Featherfall really should be a toggle. I understand there being a... I really think there should be a I don't want to Featherfall if you have Featherfall. But I understand why they don't, I guess. I'm going to grab a tea really fast. I knew that was going to happen, so I put water on the kettle before I started the stream. Oh.
Broken furnishings lie scattered about the room. At the center of the destruction,
It's not the worst thing in the world, but I'd really like to have it only put on when I need it. Yeah, that's just it. I feel like that's part of the thing, right? Is that it's set up in that annoying kind of I don't want it. I don't know. I just don't like it 90% of the time. But that 1% or 10% or however much percent of the time that you
you part the witch's
do need it, I like it, you know?
into a fine mist. By strength of will alone, you push yourself through the tiny tower window. You take solid form again on the inside. The tower seems to be bigger on the inside somehow. And as promised, it is filled with treasure. The thud of heavy footsteps coming from above serves as a warning that it does not lack for guards.
Sumi's gonna want to pull them both together. Oh, I don't. Yeah, never mind. I just got dinged way too many times. Much fail. A lot of these I don't know how people like to do them anymore. I know when I usually do them, I usually try to like yell out my strat that I'm gonna use. Like in this case, everything's gonna be done by AoEs. I'm just surprised that we didn't AoE it to start with, I guess. Like have them both together. But I understand from a DPS solution, taking damage solution, one at a time would have been better.
This book's pages are brittle with age, and much of it is illegible. What you can make out suggests the author is none other than Strahd himself. Perhaps your allies back in town can make sense of it.
I'll grab this, thank you very much. Alright, so, talking with Braze here about what I should be doing as opposed to, you know, what I am doing. So that group finally filled, that giant hold group that I tried to get into because they were full. Oh, shoot. I thought that was him. I don't know why I thought... I know why. Because all Dragonborn look the same to me.
You immediately spot a lone figure crouched near the entrance to the loading dock. This must be Stefania.
Even my little primals should be better than nobody's primal.
Please, find the ingredients for the antidote and cure it.
Okay, so he's a top. I have become a bottom person. I understand why people still do top, and I have done tops many times. But I am no longer a top person. Look for one of the healers that's not terrible. I guess Wayo at least has on-demand heal. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. What did you... Oh my god. Much shame. Oh my god. My hireling just really didn't want to do anything. I can't... It really refused. Right? Like... I'm not the only one who saw that, right? Yeah. Some of the other ones are good too. But, I don't know. I wasn't that worried about it, I guess. But yeah, I really don't like this lag that's going on. Give it a second. I don't want to be causing Bray a problem. Is that going to be close enough? Should be alright. feel like I just got over tripped, I guess. I don't know. There's an awful lot of guys there to deal with when you're tripped and your hireling doesn't want to heal you.
On top of one of the huge rats, protected by mystic wards, she is completely consumed by her task, poisoning the wine inside the vat.
Okay. Let's go be a helper. So our primary targets are going to be to trip the shit out of basically whatever. I mean, I feel like we should be tripping a lot quicker with some of our attacks, right? Beef's doing his absolute best to destroy me right now. Sending me the craziest information. Well, we're gonna wake up in Trip to Death land, it looks like. I think we would have lived had he not turned back around, or Wyatt would have lived had he not turned back around. But the fact that he did turn back around was probably good in the long run. What's the split on this character? It's 18 fighter, 1 barbarian, 1 favored soul for the weapon trance. The main thing about it is whenever we didn't have to take a 2-weapon fighting feat, we prioritized the stun stuff. Basically where we were able. So... we have 3 of the tactical feats. So 18 from that to our tactical DCs. And that's without getting into some of those stuff. I like a fighter better than... Yes. Yes. It feels infinitely better. Previously it felt bad. In my opinion. Last life felt bad. This life does not feel bad. It feels different because the thing that we feel good about is different. Oh my god, did I screw this again? I did. I got tripped to death again. What the shit? I literally have no idea what happened. I literally do not know what happened. I don't know where Wayo is. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I don't care about this chest at all. Bray might, though. Yeah, if they don't trip, right? It's just a pain in the ass. I don't know, it's hard to say. Anyhow, yes, the fighter's better, although I will say that the barbarian did feel harder to kill. Yeah, let's see. Did he poof back a lag heal? He did. Okay. I'm just gonna ride. I don't like the loading screens. I try my best to avoid them whenever possible. I feel like this one's close enough that you can go one to the other with a run, and it's not a big deal. But that's not true for everybody.
A chill wind blows down from the snow as you approach Yester Hill.
Think you like the barb better? Other than like the real cursory things like hit points and the tree, the Ravager tree, like I feel like Kinsai is stronger than the Ravager tree for this build, except for this blood strength, right? Not having the equivalent of blood strength is kind of blah. But like I don't feel like the rages are better. I don't think they work as well. I mean, you can get an extra 2 or extra 3 strength while you're raging, or you could just grab a bunch of like straight up melee power right away. You know what I mean? Like straight up a bunch of damage. I don't know. It feels to me like the Barbarian is kinda not the best. I honestly think if they wanted to make hand wrap like a non-monk hand wrap class, they need to probably probably need to put it on Kinsai. Or they want to build the build for Kinsai, I think. And they should probably roll a few more perks into the hand wraps, specifically. So, like, step the weapon dice up slightly would be nice. I didn't play Shifter, but Barb, heal and ape some more hands. Yeah, that's a different story. Right, like, Barbarian over Fighter, that's close. That's a different story. Like, if you put a two-handed Fighter and a two-handed Barbarian together, now you're talking about what kind of fun do you like, right? Which form of all-in do you want to be? Do you want to be a half-elf using the falchion? What is it? The Tale of Solomades? Just going full-on ham? Right? Are we that kind of fun? I cannot believe that. I can't believe it. She usually gets a thingamabobber off. Anyway. Yeah, I think when you're looking at Shifter, you know, Shifter on Shifter or whatever, I think when you're not factoring out the race restriction of the iconicness of it, I think it feels better. But I think if you're trying to do the hand wrap Barbarian thing, I think that's bad. It did not feel fun, I think, once you got into epics. Pre-epics, it felt fun. Like, look how much better our damage is against something that we can make helpless in some way. I really feel like we're going to turn the corner. As soon as something is helpless, it's just going to melt, I think. It'd be fun to try as a pally, but that's just it. You would need so many things to make it be something else, right? But also, it'd be cool if the shifter tree was the only way that, say, you could make your weapons, like make hand wraps into favored weapons. Right? If that was the only race that did that, it would be interesting. I still think that they could do a shift one way or the other. They could either take out a tier of TRing, like leave it chaotic or make it fighter instead of barbarian and leave it chaotic, so you only have to do one thing to switch it over. I think that would be good. Like I said, I think the idea of making it where you could do... I think the idea that making it roll, like really lean into hand wraps would be cool. The thing is that it's such a cool model to watch play. You know, like this attack animation, I think is actually really fun. I think it looks interesting. It's not the same kind of hand-to-hand combat that we're used to for hand wraps or monks or whatever. It's nice. It's a nice graphical change. And I would just like to not have to invest in a ton of things to be able to change it. And if I'm spending $15 to get it, I feel like it should be worth it to me, right? So what these are fine. One of these should say like this is just bad. Like natural armor just feels bad to me. Where if that said what your hand wraps count as favored weapons, bam, in. Just trying to think of what you'd like to play as a two-handed fighter. I mean, that's just it, right? Like, because you have the disadvantage of since you have the disadvantage of... Oh gosh, she gonna be able to heal me in time? Fudge, no. Oh, the wife's calling anyway.
Examine the statue and find a hollowed-out cavity in the chest. A glowing green gem rests inside. You've stopped the druid's dark ritual and recovered the magic gem they stole from the vineyard.
ward fades, and some of the unearthly mists part. You are now able to enter the ruined village of Berez. Nearby ward is disrupted. A section of mist fades, allowing you to explore further. With the magic of the ward gone, the nearby mists part. Faint calling can be heard in the distance to the west. A piece of parchment catches your eye in the ruins to the southwest. The freed raven flies off. The ward's magic fades, allowing you to explore further into the village. Flapping wings and frantic caws can be heard from the ruined building to the northwest. The raven caws in thanks as it flies away. With the ward disabled, the mists part, revealing the ruins of the mansion. Sounds of weeping can be heard further into the ruins. The ghost calls out, "Please, find Marina's monument." Frantic cawing can be heard from a large clearing past the ruins of the mansion. The ward is dispelled and the nearby mists subside. You can now make out a large area of open swampland to the southwest, perhaps Babalasaga's completely occupied. Loud calls can be heard from both the southwest and the south. A raven caws loudly, as if it's trying to get your attention. Several scarecrows guard the area.
All right, Chad. Yeah, the so the wife. Obviously, we put in a new office, right? We moved to the new space, and one of the things I had to do when I moved in here because my son was disgusting was I had to rip this carpet out.
One of the wards protecting Lava Lasada.
And I really can't afford to put in a whole new carpet right now in this room. Nor do I think I can afford to put in other flooring right now in this room. So what I'm kind of hoping to do at some point is probably end up do the entire upstairs, redo all the flooring kind of at once. So I'm trying to like limp along a little bit until then, but to me, I feel like the place is a little echoey without some extra stuff. And also because it's a rough floor, I would really like to not be worried about stepping on a splinter or a staple that we missed or something like that. So she has decided she's going to go do that today. And my wife hates making decisions. Oh, you know what? I should text her, actually. But, we need a little runner for the bus, too, if we can find one. Irie Lip, she's buying you 101 Dalmatians rug. That's not as far away as you might think. So, one of the things that I like to do with my pets, and you might be able to tell, I have a dog bed right here, is I will use this this monitor, particularly when my head hurts and I don't feel well. I will lay down and I will end up cuddling the dogs quite a bit. It's fine. We'll spring boost around to the party. See if we can't get a wee bit of assistance here. Go in, stun, bounce back out. Come back in, stun, bounce back out. These things should not be that big of a deal to stun. Although, apparently I can't make contact with anything, so it's fine too. Oh, yeah, text her really quick. Let's do it on Facebook. Alright, let's jump in. Cuddling the dogs is really relaxing, helps. Yeah, that's a big part of it, right? Is that try to relax, but also you can just... anything that takes your mind off of it, right? And petting the dogs takes your mind off of it. That's how I typically feel anyhow. Is you're trying to find an escape, right? To be able to distract yourself from it. That's... so for me, being able to think about something that's not... ooh. I used to be really excited about that. So for me, to be able to not think about the pain is very difficult. So anytime that I can distract myself is a blessing, right? So that's what my medicine that I take lets me do. It just gives me an ability to more easily be distracted. Sounds weird, but that's it. Which is the other reason why I can go down a rabbit hole really quickly and easily now, because I don't know. Oh, it feels like it almost gives me anti-ADD, I guess. ADHD. Like, I can see a squirrel and be chased by the squirrel, but then I'll follow that squirrel for like a year. Anyway. Back to piking some experience here. It's always really nice to see people willing to help each other out.
At long last, your journey has brought you to a place of kind.
Bestial figures look up as you
Their flesh is forged into new forms.
Find the sun sword.
I see souls who search for
Anyhow.
peace in the mortal.
Let's talk about something else.
Found torment instead.
What could you add to hand wraps that would make it feel good but not be broken? Like, would Vorpal be that? Would adding Vorpal to hand wraps feel over the top?
to the main hall of the abbey.
If whatever hand wraps you had also had Vorpal or Manslayer, I guess.
Otto unlocks the door with the key. Door open.
It'd be like you gain man's. Yeah, probably not. It'd probably be like hand wraps that you have equipped gain Vorpal. Would probably be how I would word it.
Let this be a refuge of warmth and light,
Says the abbot.
You could smash some of these things. Ooh, small shrine, heightened defense. What we get? I didn't even see.
Strange figure stands in one
And I have the replay on such a low quality that I wouldn't be able to tell anyhow. I would add a quarterstaff that I wear while using my hand wraps to protect my hands from splinters. That doesn't sound unreasonable. Because I feel like they've already given us the extra damage they're going to give us, right? You can pick up plus 3 to attack. You can pick up 2 to hit and damage, but that means you can't rage because that'll fatigue you. And then you can, but under the shift you gain this, so you can pick up 2 to hit or 5 to hit and 2 to damage with hand wraps. That just doesn't seem like enough, right? You can pick up some double strike, like that seems reasonable. Why raging? You get this stuff, which again, I feel like don't tie everything to why raging with hand wraps. But if you want to go down that road, I guess you can. Why raging with hand wraps? You get that your hand wraps gain Vorpal. Your hand wraps gain bleeding, fire damage, I like bleeding, but yeah, for the shifter. You know, I didn't even know that people did the rest of these rooms. Other than, like, after my first couple of times, I don't think I've ever gone in these rooms before. or any longer. Yeah, I'm specifically thinking about the shifter.
Tall, silent forms shuffle down the corridor, while strange cries come from behind closed doors. Strange creatures burst from behind the doors, shrieking madly.
Do you ever feel like you're useless? My trip DC is 88. My dire charge is 98. Couldn't trip that thing. Can't stun anything, because that would be convenient. So the reason I need something for my office, for my chair here, I would like a chair under my feet, as well as to help my chair not roll back as far. Oh. That's full of the dangers, huh? Oh, we lost Bray. Oh, shit. My bad. In heroics, my UMD was bad enough. I needed the little ones. Alright. Oh, this should feel glorious. I'm gonna say if we can stun it, it feels good. Probably straight up damage, have it use 1.5 strength so it gets close to 2-handed fighting. I thought... Don't we get that somewhere? Am I crazy? Right, doesn't the 2-handed fighting line do something like that? No, it's just attacks, huh? So you're still using half of your things? Yeah, that might be reasonable then. Can't trip it? It's just wrecking me? I guess trying to trip an arm is difficult. Have you guys ever tripped an arm before? It just rolls around. You should be able to play hacky sack with an arm though, right? Shouldn't that count? A hacky sack? How cool would an assassin rogue shifter? So I really thought that I was going to do this as a rogue instead of what we ended up doing. And the reason was I really thought the sneak attack dice was what would make this build work. Are wraps finessable? I think so. But I kind of got talked into trying the tactics aspect of the fighter instead. I think it feels really good, but I could definitely see... I could definitely see if somebody wanted to... go rogue. I think rogue would be really strong. I think the biggest problem with the hand wrap build is the fact that most of the hand wraps are pretty bad until way late. Like, what hand wraps are you excited to put on from level 21 to level 27?
And tenderly places it on the shrine. This was his sword.
I'll wait.
And this is where we would meet. Early in the morning during midsummer. Yet the sun sword...
Because I tell you, I crafted these +6, Holy 5, Silver, Threaded Hand Wraps of Bludgeoning 5, Vampirism 2. These are the most exciting thing that I could put together until level 29, and even that seems kind of...
The sadness in his eyes turns to sudden joy.
The
Tatiana, it has been so long.
caught in the web ones aren't bad.
Let us be together at last.
Okay. So you're excited to put on level 23 ones? That'd be okay. I mean, caught in the web weapons are generally fun.
As she reaches for Sergei, she is pulled down beneath the rippling water and into her lover's embrace. You have never seen
I just feel like the hand wraps in general are just pretty meh.
for a moment only is quiet.
I go and I look at them and I just... I don't feel like they do that much. Now... I think Dallas linked the Scraps of Enlightenment at level 28. These are kind of exciting. Holy Solar at up to what would be 6. Greater Reinforced Fist. This impact doesn't matter. But that feels more exciting to me. Such a not helper. I almost got all my boost turned on. Nope. Going from previous life to work and farm with you if you need. I think this will be my last hand wrap life. That's the other thing too, right? I'm not in the market of doing like 7 more. And that's part of the issue, I think, is that I feel like should be able to... A lot of the other races or iconics make me interested in playing them. Right? Like, Deep Gnome is so good. The Sun Elf, even though it was even though it's a -2 con race, I had a lot of fun. I'd consider playing it again. I feel like it's a super unappreciated... I think it's super unappreciated. Sun Elf was your alchemist. Yeah, I did the... If you recall, I did like level 26 and below pre-update 51, and then that was the life that I did mid-update 51. And I really had fun. like I felt like it did a lot. The other thing, chat, reminder, I have a... Oh, no, I don't. I put that there. Never mind. I thought I had an extra augment slot to figure out, but I guess I slotted that. Geez, now what do we take? When in doubt, we take more tactical training. I don't enjoy Iconics. Not being able to ETR without going to 30 again kind of kills the fun for me. I felt that way for a long time. I will admit, often I still feel like that. But I have found with alternating between like embracing the iconic, like what I think the devs want, or like challenging myself to figure that out, I feel like they've done a lot of work. Also, I think that when I was doing my epic stuff, going from like epic TRs and filling out destinies and doing that work, going from doing that all the time, I'll go tag along in 2 seconds. Hang on. I don't know. Do we take the best one of these? I feel like the best one of these has got to be the best thing, right? $12 MMR, 12 PRR has got to be better than... But we're not in heavy armor, right? Now we're in medium armor. Shit. Alright, now we'll just keep taking tactical training. I'm not even sure that's correct, but... we'll try. Class lives don't make me excited either. I like the class lives too. I enjoy those. Like, I enjoyed my 1 to 20s. But I did them differently. If I were to do them over today, I would probably do them... as many of them I can through Iconics. And if I wasn't on a personal timetable... doesn't matter, I guess, because we already were done. Huh, weird. Anyway, if I was going to do it over again, what? I don't understand. Tying them with Iconics is best. Doing ETR plus EER feels better, though. I agree. Normally it would feel better, but because they did it that way, you can do an Iconic and a class. So you just get more bang out of the buck that way, right? So you go and you figure out the style that you like, right? Whatever that style is, you... knock out a series of Iconics to knock out the ones that you need for that that style. So like if you're gonna go ranged, you'd want to do like ranger. Like ranger past lives. And you would want to do I don't know. ASMR Scourge right now, it's just double strike. I don't know, maybe you end up doing Deep Gnome or Shatterkai. Maybe Scoundrel. You know what I mean? Like you pick that you want, you knock out those 3 Ranger lives, you pick out which of these stances you like. Again, probably Tiefling Scoundrel. Right? So you do 3 Tiefling Scoundrel lives, boom, boom, boom. As Rangers, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you had to go to 30 and it kind of sucked, but whatever. But then you got your 3 of those done. And then you can be like, okay, I can do racials now. Bam. And have my, like, crossbows or whatever carry me over. Or you can, like, start slamming into, alright, I'm going to go grab Completionist really quickly. Etc. Yeah, I'm going to do some Warlock with Gnome and PDK, Pally, kind of, yeah, exactly. I think that you can get away with some fun stuff like that. What's going on? Oh, we did these. We did a Sharn run last night. What I need to do is... Oh, there's a Delira's up. Full Delira's run. They just start... Oh, Crackpot, though? I think Crackpot's fine. Actually, now that I think about it. Maybe. Or that's Popo. One of the two. Or whatever his name is. Fopo, Hopo. One of the Popos is good. Sharn next. Yeah. So we wouldn't get our first times out of Sharn. Yeah, I think I'm going to bounce out for Sharn. Alright. Let's step out. If we didn't do Sharn last night, I wouldn't mind sticking around. I just don't feel like going ham for a lot of that stuff. We're right here. Should we do it? Dallas is in there. How bad can it be? Alright. Hell.
You're in Parks Reef, Valera.
I didn't hear that at all, so it's fine now. Free Delira. Oh, I'm not allowed to red box these? Okay. I can do this one, though. Okay. Let's collect this mushroom for giggles. Crypt moth. Nice.
Good stuff, Marcus.
Mm-hmm. How did that get switched over? No, looks like there's a couple more people ahead up here. I just don't want to get ahead of anybody in the quest filled with undead. It seems like a bad plan for the stun trip happy person to... And I realize that we do bludgeoning damage though all the time, so that's nice, but still. Know what I call that? Luck. I'll take that. I will take that. Trip. Nice. They usually just kill the caster and then leave. But it's not my party. Oh, son of a bitch. That was not what we wanted. Wait, are we the first again? We are. Alright, we should wait. Break stuff. Pretend that we're helping. Pretend that we're helping. Rawr. Look at us. Look at us be helpers. I do really like the sheer amount of crowd control we do have as a non-spellcaster. We have a bunch. We really do. The damage felt fine. First time I've seen claws in use, the animations are fun. I agree. That's exactly why I would really like to see this be a little bit stronger. I'm 21 points deep in this tree. I would be 23 points deep in this tree if this freedom of movement worked. It does not. But even so, this does not feel... It doesn't feel good enough to do the hand wraps. Right? This build is tweaked as much as I possibly can, that I can figure out so far, towards doing more damage while helpless and being as fast as possible. I'm hoping those two things together will feel very, very good. We'll have to see. Looks decent, but not great. Yes. But don't forget, I am 2 lives away from super, super, super completionist. Not the normal, you know, handful of lifer. Trying to do a hand wrap barbarian. Got all the things, except for hand wraps. So there's definitely some complaints, I think, in this department in particular. Mind you, decent is often plenty good for you. Here's the thing about it. It feels really, really fun in heroics, and it feels really bad in epics. I would like it to feel good all the way through. It doesn't have to be great. It just needs to feel better. And I think that we could do that with a couple of tweaks. I think like somewhere in here there should be the ability that says, probably up here, from level 1 to level 20, or sorry, from level 1 to level 19, hand wraps gain Vorpal. From level 20 to level 25, your hand wraps gain improved Vorpal. And from level 25 to level 30, they gain superior Vorpal. And you know what I mean? And above. I think something like that would make it really interesting. And I think the ability to turn the hand wraps into favored weapons would be really interesting. And I also think that the ability to rage and not break your... Oh, just nobody's here yet. Okay. To be able to have a rage that doesn't break your monk power, your thing. I think all those things would make it the race interesting and worth the price. You don't have to do them all, but you could do 2 of the 3, and I think 2 of the 3 would help. Anyway, how you feeling, buddy? Good to see you back. I think the shifter, like the animations on it, look really good. I think the combat feels good. I think a lot of the stuff feels pretty good. But it's like it went halfway into rage, halfway into hand wraps, halfway into cool abilities, halfway into maybe we could get some ranger stuff. They need more ways to loophole centered status. I think that this originally maybe had that. Like, because they added this right here. Your iconic rage now uncenters you. It's possible that you could have used this to rage before, but I'm not sure. I also think that they should change it from barbarian to fighter. They can leave everything else the same, I think. But we already have a fighter, so it doesn't really work really well that way. For the iconic. So maybe you make the starting alignment true neutral or neutral good. Something that if you want to switch it into a monk, that you only have to do one fix. Right? Whatever you have to do to only have one fix, I think is fine. But nobody's interested in taking it right now. Like, who other than, like, I like the animation, which is awesome, and it's fun, and it's I think a really cool thing, to be honest. But other than digging the animation, what do you have going for it? Like that, the weapon damage doesn't scale. You don't get like a racial enforced fist type thing, which could also do it. It just doesn't incentivize you, I think, to go down the tree very much. I guess the idea was really have a non-monk hand, which would be fine. I have no problem with that, because I think it'd be cool. But I think it's really tough to make it a barbarian. It should be about as good as Vistani and have a similar... It would be nice, but it can't be that good. It needs to feel as good as maces do on things.
Can I get a res here? Out of scrollers?
Alright, sorry about that. Oh, never mind. Pink Panthers? Oh, I hope so. I'll take whatever. I literally need something to be able to walk around on, snuggle the dogs with, and hopefully absorb, like, some percentage of the noise and the echo in here. I've been adding things here and there and trying to get things cleaned up as much as possible. Soon we're going to have some really boring streams. Soon some of the streams are going to be basically listening to the music play, maybe doing some answering questions. But we're going to spend most of our time sorting Magic the Gathering cards. It's going to be lots of fun. I'm hoping to get a group of people together to hopefully like bullshit and at least like have a conversation while we do it. I think that would be kind of fun. We'll have to see. It'd be more of like have a drink and sort magic cards with us type of feel, I hope. I mean, I never thought in my life that I would be able to actually have a wall either one of these colors. I'm a big fan of that at the moment. So, like, when I was a kid, my room was whatever color my room was when I moved in. Never painted it, never had the option to paint it. And then when I became a little bit older, my room became the concrete walls of the basement. Because I got moved into the basement. And then when I got married, I moved in with my wife. And she already had the rooms painted. And so on and so on and so on, right? I could have probably painted my office, but it never really bothered me. But these rooms needed to be the walls in this room had to be repainted because they were ugly. So I've never gotten to pick wall painting colors before, really. I have input in places, but never the sole decision maker. Husbands know what I'm talking about. Looks nice from what you can see. It certainly has, oh my goodness, I Samus this quest again. It certainly is not the worst. It's got some things that I really am glad that I'm able to embrace right now for the limited time that I'll probably get to embrace it fully. For example, you might hear my cuckoo clock. That was a gift from my mother from my grandparents. I don't know. It's my grandparents' clock, who are in the process of doing that thing that elderly people do. They have both moved to the retirement home. My grandfather is on a schedule for last rites. Last I heard, it was once a week. I do think that'll last too much longer. I think it'll be much more often soon. So, like, it's really a blessing to be able to have that right now. The familiar tick, tick, tick. And, of course, in the school bus, I'm probably not going to be able to pull that out and listen to it all that often. So, it's nice to have that going. Stuff like that. My grandfather's lieutenant's hat. Obviously, some of my favorite characters of all time. A picture of Iron Man that my brother had commissioned, which was really nice. My Samus stuffed figure. I don't know if you guys can see it up there. Oh no! There you go. My lights. My little lights I thought were done. Remington made that mask for me, like when he was in something, I don't know, something grade. And he made this bookshelf also. That's why it looks like that. So, I don't know. For me, it's nice to have that kind of stuff that, when your office space is planning on being like 3 square feet by 2 square feet, you don't get that opportunity anymore to have it be whatever color you want. So, Do I want to be famous? I do want to be famous. I do all the time. So something that we have done with Mr. Trent is we have reached out recently. So I would like to get his experience in the writing for Dungeons & Dragons, in this case Pathfinder, type experience. I feel like it's time that I start self-publishing some stuff, and I'm just kind of curious how he felt certain things worked and flow and stuff like that, and just kind of what Sig's experience was. So hopefully we'll either get him in to record something privately, like as a share segment, or we'll just get him on the stream, or maybe we'll just have a private offline conversation and take the notes that he gives us. We are all the things. I don't know. I feel like that would be an interesting conversation to have for other people to listen to, but I know I would like to listen to it right now. I figured you probably would be someone who may be able to tell me a thing or two about how you did it and what you were doing. Again, I don't necessarily want to break into published stuff right now, although at some point that would be really cool. I just feel like I've said this before recently, but I feel like it's what I'm supposed to do. Like, it's almost like a calling, like a drive. I know that a few years ago I felt like my streaming was supposed to be the thing. Like, I could have told you, I would have woken up in the middle of the night and I would have said, hey, you should be streaming. Happy to do it whichever which way. However you want to do it, bud. Said I am down, however. Shao's sending me some messages here. We'll see what Shao's got on tap. It'd be pretty sweet. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see the downtime. I just now got the notice here. With notes? Let's update. Oh, 50.1. When resetting Epic Destinies with Platinum, the Platinum multiplier for further Epic Destiny resets performed in a short period of time has been reduced by half. Okay. All Epic Strikes now list the following information on their tooltips. Every Epic Strike shares a cooldown with every other Epic Strike. Okay, seems fine. General typos and text corrections have been made across new Epic Destinies. Okay. New Epic Destinies no longer force reset the Feywild Illusionist enhancement tree when you log in. Okay. Exalted Angels Core 2 and Magus Core 2 now properly gives our 10% maximum spell point pool. Okay. I noticed that didn't seem correct. Exalted Angels Core and Magnus Core no longer erroneously gives out 10% reduction to the cost of all spells. Under Draconic Incarnation, the second and third core is now properly hidden the buff bar. Okay, they must have been up here or something. Exalted Angels got some fixes. Fate Singers got some fixes. Fury of the Wild. Alright, let's do the Dreadnought ones, because that's what we're doing right now. Battle Engineer's Shadow Defenses no longer fails when you have Legendary Dreadnought, Tier 5 Sundering Swings, and it now uses the effect of Sundering Swings if you have the skill. Whoa, okay. Lots of words on that. Basically, this thing no longer fails when you have this thing. Okay. Lay Waste, Trip, and Sunder effect no longer work on creature types immune to Trip and Sunder. Well, that's good, because I feel like they're coming up immune on an awful lot of other stuff. Hopefully it works the other way around. Stuff that shouldn't be immune is coming up immune, I think. Action Boost Tactics now lists its correct values in its tooltips. That's good. You're free for the next couple hours. Happy to jump in the stream by Discord after you look through the notes. That sounds great. We'll look through this. I'll use the restroom, grab a super fast bite. I think I hear the wife. And now it'll be fine. Hi. It seems fine. I'm glad they're fixing these things. Especially things that seem odd that they kind of slip through. I'm glad those things are getting fixed. Alright. Feats that claim to modify poison, negative, and positive spell critical damage now do so. That's nice. Okay, these items are finished. These things now have correct augment slots. That may or may not be great. Alright, quest and adventure areas. This is important. The following adventure packs and raids have been reopened. Sentinels of Stormreach, Sands of the Merectorin, the Fjarling Carnival. That's good. The Lords of Dust fixed a coffin breakable that did not properly respond to Warlock blasts. Okay. Spinner of Shadows. The spinner will again be debuffed by direct contact with the spinner of the flame. Good. The Black Lock. The failed experiment prison doors now properly attached and open in the proper order. Okay. Many objects and quests that should be able to be lit on fire are once more able to be lit on fire. Excellent. Inferno of the Damned. It's whatever this thing was is fixed. The same doodad. A certain drow is now less stealthy in the Thrask Arena. This pissed me off the other day. I didn't even know this was a thing. Okay, so that's good. Reaper difficulty. The process of adding and removing bonuses from Reaper enhancements when players enter and leave dungeons has been overhauled to improve game performance. Ah, so maybe we have slightly less Reaper lag when we step in a quest? That's nice. Arcane Tempest is no longer automatically prepared in Artificer spellbooks. Holy Aura now applies to the caster. Divine Wrath no longer attempts to remove Endless Ardor stacks. Okay. UI, the tooltip values of the epic spell power feeds, blah blah blah. Lots of words to say that the tooltip should work. Okay, so we get these quests back, which is good because those are the quests that you run at level 20, level 24. Like these are good quests to have open. That reopens the Demon Queen raid in epics, right? But the other two raids are still closed. Is that correct? So we still have closed raids. But they open the rest of those raids? Thanks, babe. Value and appreciate it. Did I hear Isle of Dread is going to be an expansion pack? I didn't get to listen to Jerry's stream yet for the day. I am not surprised that they're going to do it as an adventure pack. I think I would do it as an adventure pack. I think that I can tell you right now, if you don't do a dinosaur mount or a series of dinosaur mounts, it'll be a failure. And if they treat it, if they don't put a raid in it, it'll be a failure. I think that those are some of the most important things that they can do with it, other than fighting dinosaurs. You have to have a dinosaur mount, and you had better have a raid. And I am not a raider. Yeah, I know he was on there. I saw it. I was going to watch, but people who've been watching the stream lately know that I have more than a vested interest in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I've been watching a lot of it live. T-Rex raid would be hella fun. Exactly. I think you need to have something. I think there needs to be some sort of raid. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit longer break. I'm going to take probably a 3-minute ad break. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to scarf down this food really fast, and then we'll try to come right back. Kiss my wife, maybe even. That would be pretty sweet. So 3-minute ad break. We'll be right back, everybody. For those of you who are subscribers, I'll leave the I'll roll out of the way, and I will leave the office cam on. Be right back, everybody. Did you try to call the phone?
Yes.
Okay. You get your sweet nose down. Some weird stuff going off in here. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. I have learned long ago the easiest way to lose getting future meals brought to you by the wife is to not stop and eat it when she does. Oh, do you want to eat the food when I bring it to you? Thank you, babe. Love you very much. Anonymous Cheerer. Thank you much for the generous biddy donation, my friends. Value and appreciate it. All right. So, whenever Sig wants to jump on, feel free to do so. You may have to jump into the general chat, and I may have to pull you down into the live stream. I don't remember what your permissions are, but it shouldn't be a big deal. We'll figure it out. You ever had one of those? Like, you rush around for a few minutes and then you're just like tired and you're just like, sit down and relax. Hey, the man, the myth, the legend. What's up, buddy?
Testing, 1, 2.
You're a little quiet, but I can turn you up a little bit, I think.
Alright. Mute the Twitch there.
There we go. Just turn it all the way up and see what happens. If you get too loud, I'll turn you down. But otherwise, you sound good. How you been?
Okay, I'm good. All right, cool. I'm doing pretty good, man. Feeling, very healthy these days. Kind of back to my normal self, more or less, and figuring out what to do next.
Awesome. So what have you been playing?
I've been playing, video games and stuff, quite a lot of things. I was playing Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, which is pretty fun. And some DDO, of course, with the, anytime there's new rule stuff, I'm all over that. And been playing Phasmophobia with my wife.
I have not heard of that one.
It's a ghost hunting game, kind of like the Ghost Hunters TV show, except you're the investigators and you're trying to identify ghosts.
Okay. I put those in a modern day choose your own adventure category.
Yeah.
I feel like Jerry does a lot of those too on his stream.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, I call it kind of a sim. It's sort of like real time, and you're in there talking to each other, and you could get eaten by the ghost and stuff.
Yeah. If it's real time, it probably helps.
Yeah.
But
it can be kind of fun. It's a little bit spooky if you get into it, and I'm pretty easy to suck into a video game. So.
No, only reason I bring it up is I think we're gonna try a new game soonish. Super Auto Pets. Apparently it's free on Steam right now. So it's something that just kind of... This might even be the first time I'm recommending it to anybody yet in the chat, but something that we'll be looking at. Apparently it's a lot of math. Hi.
Math game.
I know, a good math game, right? It's hard to find a good math game. So what I wanted to talk to you about is... and I mentioned this a minute ago, but for those of you who may just be watching this for the first time, hell, maybe I should record it. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, get out of here. I'd really like to close the door so I can hear Mr. Trent. Come on. Sorry, I can hear the living room TV so well in here. It's insane. So I've been thinking about kind of trying to spend a little bit more time getting into the TTRPG type market, putting out my own adventures or my own quests, modules, I guess is what it used to be, self-published kind of thing. And I started thinking, who do I know that could tell me their experience in this field? And I thought about you.
Oh, thanks.
So, because people may or may not know, you are published. Right? Would you like to share some of those credentials, or?
Yeah, sure. So I'm not what you call a prolific TCCG guy, but I've done a bit of work. My most well-known thing, or what I'm most well-known for, is writing feats for Pathfinder and 3.5 and 3.0 edition. So I used to run the Netbook of Feats. It's like an online open gaming license collection of feats for D&D. And then when 4th edition came out, we kind of gave up the ghost on that, because 4th edition didn't really have feats in it. And then when Pathfinder came out, a friend of mine who does third-party publishing for Pathfinder, Wolfgang Bauer from Kobold Press, asked if I wanted to do some feat books for him. So I did the Advanced Feat series. Paizo had published the Advanced Player's Guide, which had new character classes. And so these were feats themed around those character classes. And I did about 5 or 6 of these splat books, and then a collected edition that had a print version. So that's my main publishing. I've also done like playtesting work and editing and little bits of writing here and there for various friends of mine.
So for those of you who don't know, Sig has lived the dream, right? Like that's, I think most of us would like to live that moment. You're definitely an expert, as it would be for like somebody who successfully pulled that off for a while.
I guess so. Like I let's say I know people who that's their full-time job, right? So comparatively, I don't think too much of my own TRPG career, but yeah, it was certainly very exciting for me at the time.
I think it is very awesome. So what? I don't know. Just share whatever you kind of would like to share. Actually, do Witchy, what game are you asking about? The Super Auto Pets. I'll type it in the chat really quickly. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't have specific questions per se. I just
Sure.
as a person kind of standing on the cliff, like feeling like I definitely want to move forward on doing things. You know, like in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, I'll just start making dungeons maps to start with, and start trying to figure out the scenarios and stuff like that. And I've even asked Chad a bunch, like how they start their DMing stuff, because I kind of think of it like an outline, typically, and that's how I think it makes sense to be laid out for people. But you know, that's not how I normally see stuff, and I'm just trying to get a good idea of what it's like.
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about like creating adventures for RPGs?
Yeah, more of like the old school kind of modules, right? Something where you go in, you have your 2-night, 3-night adventure, and you're done. That's kind of where I would like to start with.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to start, right? So, yeah, I mean, a lot of in the games biz, basically there are people who make games, and then people who make content for games, right?
Correct.
And then among the content, there's the crunch and, I guess, the fluff, right? So the people who... And adventures are kind of in that middle ground. Like, they're mostly creative, right? They're mostly not rules, but they usually have some rules in them. Like new monsters or, some treasures, things like that. I'd say, like, the main thing is, I mean, like, anybody can write something and publish it, right? That's pretty straightforward, and they even make it, there are lots of legal recourse. You can use the rules from Dungeons & Dragons. It's called D20. And you can use those rules in anything that you want to make and sell. You just have to follow a little bit of boilerplate stuff on your product, to make sure you note that you're doing so. And that's free, and you'll never be hassled for it or anything. So that's really cool that they make it very accessible these days to do that. The trick is, like, if you want to A, make money, or B, get a lot of attention, right? So like anything, like streaming, if you want to get attention, you have to promote yourself a lot. And money, you have to do that, and you have to kind of pass the critical test, right? So for me, like, the two advantages I had were my friend Wolfgang was an established publisher already. I mean, he's not Wizards of the Coast, but he used to work for them, right? So he's a well-known name, and he had already published a number of products. So he had the infrastructure for printing, for distribution, for sales, all that kind of stuff. He knew artists, and that kind of thing. And then I just did all the writing. Eventually, Anne did the layouts for my books and stuff, and we did some of the art together. And other art I commissioned, but the covers he commissioned because he knew professional artists a little better than I did. So I was kind of lucky that I had a good friend who I was already working with who said, hey, you want to collaborate on something? And he could handle the publishing side of it successfully, right? Because if you want to do everything yourself, that is doable. I also know people who do that professionally, but it's a whole lot of work and a lot of stress.
Yeah, I don't know where I want to go long term, but I know that like a lot of people are kind of branching out, using their Patreon to kind of help fund some of this stuff, at least in the part-time. I was kind of thinking something very similar, at least, like being able to put those things out on the Patreon, at least for now, maps, scenarios, stuff like that, and then maybe at some point in the future, get that stuff bundled together, submitted somewhere, perhaps. But,
and
yeah,
I think
now,
that's a good plan.
Start at the baby steps.
Yeah, exactly, baby steps. Like, yeah, so kind of get your strength in different areas. So for me, it was like, yeah, writing feats, right? I just made these feats, and I joined this group that was collecting them, and then I was just an active member, and when the leader left, I took over leadership, and then I was editing feats, and I got to know people, and I did it for a bunch of years, and eventually, you know, it wasn't famous, but people knew about it, and I put my name on everything I did. That was also important, so that, like, when people do find it, they go, oh, this guy, and if they see you again, they're like, oh, that guy must be of some significance, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's definitely like you're just kind of marketing if you get into the business, and then making friends with people who are in the business. So I'm lucky. I know people who work at Wizards of the Coast. I know people who worked at TSR and those companies, just from years of gaming and socializing.
So what I'm hearing is, after I get some reasonable build-up, and we're out in the van and we're traveling, or the bus and we're traveling, when I come to visit you, you have to meet, you have to introduce me to people. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I could totally do that. I mean, you know, I can also, like, if you want to meet a certain kind of person for a certain kind of reason, I can introduce you to people for sure, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't have any reason, then it's, you know, it's kind of like,
oh yeah, that's a
this
different
person,
story.
right? And that doesn't
Yeah.
good. You have to have something to talk about, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, you definitely, I think a lot of people in the Seattle area won the lottery, just because it kind of turned into like this nerd mecca for a while.
Yeah, totally.
So like, I'm really envious sometimes of the people there, or even the Boston area. Basically, any place there's a PAX East, PAX West right now, I kind of feel turned into like magical places for nerddom.
Oh yeah.
Those of us stuck in the middle of the country are not quite so lucky.
There's a gaming convention here, Dragonflight. It's a small con, right? But it's been going on for years and years. I used to go all the time, and there was this guy who sold this little role-playing game supplement about high-level, like god-level characters called Primal Order. And he was Peter Atkinson, and he used to sit there selling this little role-playing game, and he looked really bored a lot of the time. So I would go sit down and chat with him about it. And then, like, one year, he's like, yeah, so I got this new game coming out. It's like these collectible cards, and there's art on them and stuff. Pretty excited about it. I was like, oh, that's cool, Peter. Yeah, like, I hope that does well for you.
Monster.
Yeah, you know,
hate you.
I wish I had invested in that.
Hate
I didn't have
you.
any money back then. But...
Hate you so much. No one had money back then. That was the magic of it.
Yeah. So, yeah, so like you run into people, and then later on, you never know.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? And I don't know. It seems my brother moved there for a while. He's moving back now, but he lived up there for a while. He really loved it. I'm very envious. I can't wait to go visit. It's one of my top 10 places to go visit. Not just because there's so many DDO people up there too. You and Patrick and whatnot, but just it's such a beautiful place.
It is real nice, yeah. I like it.
I've been up there. I visited once before, so little bit missing it. I think moving back to or being back in Kansas forever. It's so hard to not see a mountain.
Yeah, it is pretty gorgeous. Of course, I grew up in Alaska, right, which is like Pacific Northwest.
See, now we're even more jealous. Why do you? That's the next place I can't wait to spend the summer. I want to drive the bus up there and just check the whole place out for summer, then get out before it snows.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Generally a good plan.
Yeah. So that's kind of something that I'm also really looking forward to. Another area that just... You watch these YouTube channels, right? And you just see how gorgeous it is there. Yo. What's up, Mr. Man?
to come in here, hang out.
Oh yeah. Would you like to say hi to Mr. Trent?
Oh sure, why not? Yo, what up, Trent?
Hello.
Anyway.
Yeah, and the drive up to Alaska is gorgeous. I've done that a couple times. It's absolutely. It's a little sketchy sometimes, but it is awesome.
Well, you.
Through all the mountains in Canada. Sounds terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really the Canadian part that's just super gorgeous. There's almost nobody that lives in northern Canada. You know, it's so empty.
Well, that's just it. Like almost everyone in Canada lives within 20 miles of the U.S. border or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, you cross into northern Canada, you are just in the wilderness.
Yeah.
And it's funny, the moment you get into Alaska, like it's still wildernessy, but there's little towns and you see more people and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I watch these various YouTube channels, and they're out there in Alaska, and they're doing this stuff, and they'll just show like 10 minutes of drone footage sometimes, and it's just like, why can't I just go fly my drone around and make beautiful videos like that? You know?
Yeah, it is a good place for drone flying. I hadn't thought about that before, but it is.
Yeah.
Not a lot of contested airspace there.
That too, right? Just gorgeous for the miles. I don't know.
Yeah. Just got to watch out for the wildlife. It is potentially dangerous. I did have two family members killed by a bear, so.
That's fair. I do also have two small doggos, so would hate to see anything happen to them because of that.
Yeah, you just got to be careful.
Yeah. So, what are you playing now, post 51, Mr. Boy? I know you always have like 5 projects in the works, but what's your favorite couple? I know I said Mr. Boy, but I was talking to you, Sig.
Oh! You said something like Host 51. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, Post 51. And you said you were working on stuff, but you didn't say what stuff.
Not more. I'm kind of trying to decide what to do with myself these days. So I'm trying to like determine what's next for me and how I want to live. So I'm living with some good friends of mine, and just don't have cancer anymore. So I'm still kind of like the way disability works. I have to sort of like stay disabled for a little while until the end of the year. Otherwise, they'll ask for their money back.
Correct.
Legit. Like when you have leukemia, you can't do much of anything. You just lie in bed a lot. But now that I'm better, theoretically, I can do something. But I sort of have to stay dead for a lot of tax reasons, right? But I'm gearing up, because once the end of the year comes around, then it'll be time to seriously hunt for a job, or seriously take on a project, or seriously do something that makes money, and figure out where I want to do it. It's kind of like wide open as far as what the possibilities are, but lots of challenges. So.
Well, speaking of that, are you guys thinking about staying stationary again, or back to the road, or?
Well, I need to make money. Like that's the main thing. Like the bank accounts from the 5 years of roaming around have been drained significantly. Like I still have some money, but it's not a ton. And I'm getting on 50. Like. If I had to have paid for my cancer treatment, it would have been like $950,000.
Yeah, it would have been insane.
Fortunately, I was in a position where I was kind of broke at the time, so I got Medicaid, so I didn't have to pay much. So that's wonderful for me, but basically, I need to rebuild my financial base here.
So you think that's probably stationary life, then, is what I'm hearing.
Could be. I mean, if I can find a remote opportunity, that's great.
Yeah, that's also really. The carpet movers are here. Thank you, babe. They look wonderful. They really do. I really appreciate it. They are going to really help with the echo in here.
Okay, good.
Thank you. The dogs are now going to wander, I think, for the next few minutes around these new smells.
They're going to be like, oh, someone to pee on.
But no, I meant like your D&D projects after update U51 is more what I was thinking.
Oh, you're talking in DDO?
I was, in fact. That's what I was originally asking about. But I'm glad we talked about the other thing, because I am curious. Because I too am getting ready to move into that mobile world, right?
Yeah, and the mobile world is great. And honestly, like I made it work financially for a lot longer than I thought I could. Right? I thought,
yeah.
Man, I was planning like 2 years, but I ended up going 5 years.
Yeah,
just
and
by
when you
supplementing and staying cheap, right? So
that and
yeah.
didn't you guys end up you spent 2 years overseas too, right?
Yeah, 2 years in Japan.
Yeah, that sounds bananas to me. So
It was fantastic. Yeah, I recommend it. I would say, you know, roaming the U.S. was better. Like, if I had to compare, I would say, yeah, no, like, explore the United States before you go to another country. But, like, really explore it, right? But,
Well,
yeah, going to Japan was also great.
yeah, I really hope to like really knuckle down through a lot of the U.S. I think,
Oh, yeah.
particularly that northern Arizona, southern Colorado area. The idea of being up in the nice elevation, so you're cool, but you can still look down and see like the Grand Canyon and stuff like to me that sounds pretty much like heaven.
It was. Yeah, I think I loved it. I loved it. Best time of my life, right? So,
Yeah. So,
zero regrets.
I'm really looking forward to all of that, and I know that the wife is looking forward to that lifestyle change as well. So it's just slow and weird sometimes. So, like, for example, Remington is actually hoping to purchase this house.
Yo, what up?
And then get some roommates to take over. So once that kind of starts going through, then it makes it a little easier for us to just like, all right, well, it's time to throw stuff away, kind of. You know,
Yep.
otherwise you're like, well, we can sell some stuff here and there and trickle it out, but there's no pressure, right, to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when we did it, I guess there wasn't pressure, but we were just, like, so ready to do something. And so, yeah, we just put the pedal to the metal and went
Yeah.
all in. It was pretty crazy, actually. But,
Yeah, so like for me right now, because I built out the bus, there's like a lot of finish work that still needs to be done. And honestly, I probably should have spent this week working on that, but I'm still just recovering from whatever virus that I had the last couple of weeks. It just kicked my butt super hard. I just haven't been motivated to get stuff done, but
yeah, being sick, man, takes a lot out of you.
yeah, right? I can imagine.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, yeah.
But yeah, I need to get back to it. But it's all finish work that I'm not good at, so I'm terrified to screw it up.
Yeah, well, you know, give it a shot. We did some crazy stuff when we got our house ready and stuff. We're like, oh, we're going to build a new porch. Like, do we know how to build porches? Not really, but my brother-in-law kind of does, so we'll figure that out.
It's like that, or we can at least watch a couple dozen YouTube videos, right, and maybe figure it out.
Yeah, these days, like, the information's there, right? You just got to get it. Take it.
Yeah, that's what my wife always goes. She's like, I can't, like, we'll talk about the bus or whatever, or we'll be in there or whatever, and sometimes she'll just be like, I can't believe you built all this from watching YouTube videos.
Yeah, it's amazing and wonderful.
Exactly, it's wonderful. Okay, so,
Yeah, so
back
DDO.
to DDO. What are you actually playing?
So I'm playing my level 20 plus characters. I've got about 7 or 8 of them, right?
And you
'cause I'm
fixed
like an
all of
alt
them?
guy. Like, pardon?
I said you fixed them all?
Well, I redid them all. Like, I just went through and did all of them, to, like, give them destinies.
Okay, you just gave destinies. You didn't go through and, like,
Right.
okay.
Now I'm in the process of proofing them, right? Seeing how they work, tinkering with them. So, like, I guess my main character, Seablade, he's a paladin monk. He was a monk paladin fighter, like mostly paladin. Just before this update, I respec'd him pure paladin. And I've been playing, you know, he's still the same kind of character. I went from 2-weapon fighting to one-handed fighting. But it's the same idea, high attack rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've been playing with him, and I had him in Dreadnought. Or, no, I had him in something else first. I forget what, the more paladin-y one. I didn't really care for it a lot. I went to Dreadnought. That was working pretty good for me. But I found that Fate Singer, its epic attack is so strong that, like, I find it hard to be in the other martial tiers for my main tier. Or to not have Fate Singer as my, like, attack value. It's so good right now. I don't know why. But,
Yeah, I haven't dove very deep in the tier 5 of Fate Singer. But I'm glad to hear that.
And it's not so much like the tier 5. It's really actually tier 1, too. It's the attack and the cleave, their epic strike.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you played with it, but, like, so Seablade's pure paladin. He's a healing amp character. Like, his history is he was a character with lots of healing amplification. And before the current system, you could stack it up so high that he could, like, cure light wounds for 500 hit points and stuff. When 500 hit points was as many hit points as he had, right? Over the years, my character's very old. They just sort of get, tinkered with as the rules change. So he's still a healing amp guy, but he's sort of a DPS character, really primarily. And yeah, like he does. I've seen like 10,000 damage on the proc off of that strike you're looking at now.
This Blade of Discord.
Yeah, the Blade of Discord. So like, even if it scales, but I think there's a bug with it. Honestly, I think they'll eventually nerf it because the scaling seems way off. So I've done like I said, 10,000 damage on a proc with it, and I'm just like, it's a 10,000 damage proc at tier 1. Like none of the other basic attacks can do 10,000 damage, right? Like,
yeah, I have not heard that it was this good. I might have to try it just for that, I guess. But
yeah. I don't know what's going on. Like, the thing is, like, if you look at the bottom tier, you can get the strike, then there's a thing that gives vulnerability on each of your attacks to sonic damage. Sonic damage proc. And then the one it leads into is a cleave. So you get a regular attack on, like, a 6 or 8 second cooldown. I forget which one. And then you get a cleave attack. So you can do these a lot. And, an average proc on a level 30 guy is more like 2,000 or something. It depends on it's scaled on your... melee power.
Melee power, right?
But I think the bug maybe it's also scaling on sonic power, and so you get both multiplied. The numbers seem about right for that. It doesn't say it does that, but I think that's what it's doing. Because there's no way with just the melee power and the base damage, it's 2d10 per level, which is quite a bit, right? That's like a solid spells hit. But it's scaling up to pretty big numbers somehow on certain kinds of characters. So.
Is it something to do with this releasing the Chords of Fate thing?
Well, that's the cleave. So the Chords of Fate is just it's a cleave attack with 3W plus crit threat. But it also is proccing the sonic damage. It doesn't say that it does that, but it is also proccing the sonic hit. It's being treated like a cleave version of the other one. That seems to be how they've coded it. It also is supposed to have this stunning effect, which I've never seen the stun go off. But I see the proc go off all the time.
So this is the thing that feels wrong to me for this example. Like, these are two different abilities, in your opinion? Right?
They are. They're two different things.
See, I feel like this is something that should modify the Epic Strike. If it was in a different tree, I feel like that's how it would be. Instead, it has two abilities.
Yeah, you get a regular hit, and then you get a cleavy hit.
That does not seem...
I haven't tried the ranged or the spell version. I haven't really played with those, just the melee. But I'm finding it's just the best Epic Strike. It's so good. It's like better than any other single attack. That's been my experience with it, But I'm not, I'm kind of a semi-casual DDO player. But
yeah, I've been playing with the Dire Charge. I finally got the character up to the high enough level that I can take it does a trip, and now it does the stun, the AoE stun. Yeah. So this character is focused really heavily on those kind of things.
Yeah.
So I said I'm level 26, 27, and I was getting over 100 DC on that Dire Charge.
Oh yeah, that's great.
That seems strong, but
yeah,
I'm not sure yet with the new number crunches where your new what is really really good. So
yeah, but you could just try. You could just splash in that attack. It only takes 2 AP, right, or 2 points to
we'll
get
give it a shot.
And then, if you spend 6, you can get the cleave. Basically, the cleave is just a cleave version of the regular strike. At least, that's my experience. It's supposed to stun, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, we'll definitely try it. I mean, I got nothing to lose.
Yeah, give it a shot. To me, it seems a little off, but
have you been mostly at like 29 or higher characters, or have you been going through the TR process, leveling things up?
Well, I've got like 2 20s, a 22, a 23, a 25, a 26, a 29, and 3 30s, I think, right? So I've got characters scattered around in that range because I'm just a sort of alcoholic player, right? And I've played them all like through at least one quest, but I'm sort of taking them now one at a time and really going, what's my best thing? What's the best healing splash? What's the best like offensive splash? Because I have a lot of characters that are Gish, right? They're sort of spellcaster melees. That's my favorite type of character.
I'm a big fan of those, typically, those spellcasting type people.
Yeah, it's like a melee character that buffs and has some utility spells and things,
Yeah.
or some crowd control, or whatever. Pale Masters, like all kinds of weird stuff.
So this Remington's trying to figure out how to lose a lung again. This has been like my major critique with the way this works. I feel like the vertical movement of your primary tree should be like 2 levels higher than like your splash trees. Because I feel like, at least for me, during the leveling up process, I feel like I have a lot of points, but going wide on these trees have not felt very good to me. Where going a little bit extra vertically would feel really good for one tree, and then you could keep the other trees lower. So you couldn't go very deep, very fast in the other trees.
Yeah, that's mostly what I've done. I don't have a lot of guys with a lot of past lives, so I'm working with pretty much the base number of points.
Mm-hmm.
I think, if you have the full array of points, you can go... so it usually works for me. One tree goes up to tier 5, one tree goes up to tier 3, and the other one is like tier 1, maybe 2, some balance of that. But I have had a couple, some of my characters aren't at 30, so they can't do that, and so they spread out. But then when I get to 30, there's a little more incentive to grab. I mean, you always want one of those crit multipliers if you're a melee, right? Yeah.
Right.
Of course, I want bigger crits, right? So you take a tier 5. It's kind of weird, though, because it's like getting to tier 4 is the big commitment. Like 4 to 5 doesn't take, but the 10 points to 20 points, you end up spending a lot of points. Like you're just spending points to get to that next tier. As where usually tier 5 just flows, like you filled out tier 4 and now you have enough points to go tier 5. So
I guess what I'm trying to say is part of the redesign, I think, is to try to make the leveling up process feel like there's more to actually leveling, which I agree with that sentiment, and I think that that's a good one. I just think that, at least for me, coming into it as a person that has spent a lot of time grinding out the lives, doing all that work, when I go in here and I'm like, okay, I'll go spend a bunch of points in Legendary Dreadnought, and then I'll come over here and I'll spend points, I guess, over here to get the Shout, right? Like, I'll get that Primal Scream, and then I still had points. I'm like, well, I guess I'll go over here and take in the Monk thing and get a little bit more stun DCs, right? Then I still feel like I had extra points because there's no, like, the vertical squishing I felt was too strong. And I think if in one tree, your primary tree, like if you were counted one level higher than like for the rest of the trees, it might feel better. Maybe you still have to put a hard cap at level 30 or whatever that top tier is, like that has to stay a hard cap or whatever. But I just feel like if you have what you consider like a primary tree, like nothing feels primary, I guess, now in the current system.
Yeah. Especially, I think, before you get to level 30, there isn't, right? Yeah, because you could just slather them around.
Yeah.
Once you get to 30, then you kind of commit to one of them.
Right. And I feel like I would like to feel committed earlier because there's a real point to that. Like now at level 27... or level 26, I feel like I was finally, quote, in Legendary Dreadnought. Yeah. Right, like I spent enough points, I feel like I was invested, I got tier 3, tier 4, like I felt finally I'm in there. But, like I didn't even bother looking around in Fate Singer because I put those 4 points over in stun DCs, and I'm like, why would I want to have more than one epic cooldown right now?
Yeah, and you may not, right? It just depends on which one is better. I was definitely experimenting, so yeah, I would just sort of like take all the strikes from the ones I was interested in, see which ones I liked, chuck them, and go back. So it's still very much experimenting rather than going for a build until I kind of decided, okay, this character I like this.
Well, I think it's probably a while still before you're ready to, quote, go for a build, right? Like, at least for me, it's going to be probably months before I get this stuff down to the point where I feel comfortable to say, here's a new build.
I feel like on my paladin I've dialed it in, and I really like Fate Singer, mostly just because those low-level strikes are so good. And then the stuff like the 4 and 5 is kind of just, for me, it's more attack bonuses and damage bonuses, and they are as good as any other tree, and so I'm just fine with that. But then, like, for his mantle, I actually don't mantle in Fate Singer. I mantle in the Angel one, because it has a passive heal on it if you're in the mantle that is like 1d, I forget what it is. It's like a d6 something per level, but my healing amp character, basically every 6 seconds I get 1,000 hit points. So I just
That
don't
does
care.
seem pretty okay.
Yeah, so I just wander around. I get healed for 1,000 hit points so long as I don't let my, I've got about, like, I don't have past lives or much Reaper points, so he's like knocking on 2,000 hit points. So getting half my bar healed every 6 seconds, I just pull back a little when I start to get below 1,000, and I stay alive, right?
Yeah.
Now in Reaper it would be 500 or less, right? You know, it goes down, but
Of course.
yeah. But it's still it's so nice. I'm like, well, so I like that mantle, but there's no offense in that tree, so I take the mantle out of there, and then I go for Fate Singer to get the offense, and then to get more hit points, I took. There's only one that's good for hit points. I forget which, the Sentinel or something like that.
Okay, so you're saying that the mantle in the angelic form is better, you think, than the
Well,
like
yeah.
the one from
If you look,
Mantle of Fury?
so the center of the very center tile of the angel on the exalted angel. If you look at the center tile,
Or the
healing
Holy
thing,
Presence. You and allies close range heal for the 1d4 plus 1 hit points per caster level and positive. Every 6 seconds. Yeah, every 6 seconds
Yeah.
seems really good, doesn't it?
It's pretty nice, yeah. So like, you know, it depends. Like some characters want to heal. Some, you know, if you're like in Reaper, you know, I build self-healing characters for solo play a lot. That's the one I'm thinking of there, yeah. And oh, sorry, I'm looking at your video. I forgot it's delayed. It's, you know, if you have a lot of healing app, it's a lot of healing, and you just don't need a healer anymore, right? At least that's how it played for me, which is what I want with that character. He's always been like a self-healing.
This makes me really excited to try this, to be really honest, because I don't feel like the Dreadmantle... It's better, right? We've improved it a little bit, right? And we're getting our weapon damage increase, right? Which would probably be very important for other things. But I feel like on this fighter, if I can stay alive, I can keep them on their butt, you know? But I can't...
Yeah, my experience
kill
has
them
been the
fast.
offensive mantles are not very offensive, right? They don't offer much for melee and mantles.
Yeah, I like I said, with the exception of this weapon dice, I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ranged, Sharadi, right? You're like, that's a lot
Yeah,
more
that
damage.
that makes a big difference.
Yeah, but if you're melee, there's nothing that's really upping your damage a lot. Like it helps a little. But this one, yeah, Dreadnought's more like a debuff, right? It's almost defensive.
I in fact run it on Java, who's set up as a debuffer as a debuff.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty good. It just doesn't add to your DPS much, right? And that's what I was really looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, the auto heal. Oh yeah, and I've been playing my Warlock a little bit as well. She's an Aura Warlock, level 26 now, I think. And that is amazing. That constant heal on a Warlock with your constant temp hit points. She feels like an unkillable battle station now, just like a real monster.
It's nice to feel that way for sure. It's kind of surprising that it's quite so good. I'm trying to think what we were doing yesterday. I think we were doing Sharn yesterday. And there was a point where there was just so much passive healing happening that at one point someone said, if you find a way to die, I'll be really impressed. And that's
Yeah.
true. It felt like that. It felt like even I, who was like level 22, level 23, going through, I don't know, Reaper 2, Reaper 3, Sharn, right? Whatever it was.
Yeah.
Way out of my range. And it was true. It was really hard for me to get murdered. Not that I couldn't find ways, but definitely it was definitely harder than it should have been. So
Yeah, I can only imagine if everybody has that, right? And you just like
it's just
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, probably insane. And that all turns on at level 23, so it's definitely worth something to experiment with.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
sure,
I
for
really,
sure.
I really like it. I mean, I didn't take it on every character or anything, but the character who wants that, that's a really good self-healing option, especially for melees where you don't want to,
Well, especially
no
if you
fuss, no
can,
muss,
if you could figure out a way at 26 to like minimize it, where you can also pick up leap, the giant heal aura. Like, come on.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. That in kind of my final version, I was like, and I have the leap now, which is really cool, and kind of fits his little kind of paladin-y motif, and I think I spent like 11, 12 points in there, and was like, no, that's a great spend of 12 points.
Yeah. I spent right after update 51. So pre-update 51, I was doing a Sun Elf, like caster, like blast, and then it transitioned. So I got to do the last half of the life post U51, and I felt like it was an unstoppable monster. All these points in Exalted Angel, it just felt incredible.
Yeah, I think Angel's really good.
Yeah.
I don't have a character has taken it all the way up yet, but
well, that character was tier 5 in it, but I wasn't really judging it for the Exalted Angel so much. I was judging it more for like what I thought was the other parts of it. For 2 mana, I was throwing out like a 4K light beam,
Yeah.
Like that's a incredible ranged attack, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, they did do amazing things with the light damage spells. Like, I don't know how long ago that happened, but it wasn't too long, but a while. Yeah, because I have one of those Iconics who's still level 15.
Right.
And I had never leveled it because I just spec'd she's like Convalesce of high heals. Like, she was a healing character. I just made them like, I'm going to have a healing character. But she kind of sucked. Like, I had to go through, if I soloed, I had to go through dungeons healing hirelings, right? That was the only way I could get enough offense to kill anything on like normal. It was terrible. But when they changed the light spells around, now she just laser beams stuff into dust.
Exactly.
It's
good
having
enough.
Really do anything to build the character.
It's good enough. I'm even considering trying it for the hardcore server.
Yeah, I think it could work. I mean,
the idea of playing an elf willingly on the hardcore server makes me cringe a little.
Yeah.
Everyone knows my stance on the -2 con races, I believe.
Yeah. Hey, but it's flex it a little if you can take.
I mean,
character,
I don't remember what exactly I did, but I leveled up a bunch of low or no con type builds, both on the hardcore and off the hardcore. But I literally called a week worth of streams, 3 or 4 streams, piking on the hardcore, because I play one of these trapping rogues with no con, and it just felt like I didn't have to do anything. No one cared if I did anything in the quest except for the traps.
Yeah.
So like I just felt like I was piking my way through, and so like because I was a comfortable trapper, I felt like I didn't have to do anything else, and there was no pressure to do anything else. And in the groups that I was leading on my tank, if there was a trapper that came along, that's all I ever asked from them. Like, stay completely safe. Don't do anything until it was time for you to do the trap. Then you disable the trap. Then you can die if you want to. I don't care. The trap is disabled.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, I have a character who's I just was like, I want to make an ultimate trapping character, so I have one of those too. Trapmeister Flash.
So, I feel like I could probably pull it off, but I don't know. I think the plan is to drag people along on the hardcore this go around, and drag at least one team up of people who haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I'm actually subscribed right now, so I may do hardcore again, because I found doing hardcore when you're not VIP. I was trying to get the favor reward. Boy, that's the struggle.
It's a lot tougher. I would love to have you
fun.
join us if you want to join us on one of the teams. I'll reach out and let you know what's going on exactly, and because I think it's going to break down into like 2 teams over a couple of days, like, and do like 2 days in the morning, and then for Team A in the morning and Team B in the evening, or something like that, so people don't feel like they're overly stressed out to play as much as I do.
Cool. Yeah, sounds may well be interested. Let me know.
All right. I'll let you know what's going on as soon as we kind of got some real details on the hardcore. I haven't got to watch Jerry's live stream from today. I don't know if you have, but the last I heard is that they were looking at sometime in December for a modified, like a shorter season, which I think makes sense, ending before the anniversary. It sounds like they're going to mostly recycle Season 1 rewards, which I think a lot of people will be really happy about. So, kind of cross our fingers and see what it's doing. I know you said that you were interested. What do you think the best survivable build is?
Oh, I don't know. When I was trying to do it, I made a Warforged Artificer. It just seemed like really, at low levels, you get a lot of nice defensive advantages. You can heal yourself.
I feel like you're definitely in my top 5 for sure of survivable builds.
A paladin, a tanky paladin has got to be a pretty good play. There's certain monsters that'll give you a hard time, but you got a lot of tools to stay alive.
I have a really hard time on the hardcore recommending anybody play an alignment that's not like neutral right now.
Oh, interesting.
Because the alignment spells are so strong, the enemy alignment spells.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
They hit very hard.
Oh, okay. So being neutral helps you.
Yeah, that prevents like the Chaos Hammer and the Energon Cube one. I can't something order maybe.
Yeah, something of order.
Those are two very particularly spammy spells. In certain sections of the game where you can just get nuked to oblivion.
Interesting.
So that's one of the things that I've thought of. Same thing about being like undead a lot. People who know me, I love being undead. I feel like I've had, in my opinion, the fastest run that I've ever had on the hardcore server was on a Pale Master build. Because I've just been comfortable, right?
Yeah, I have this Pale Master Wizard Monk, like a melee undead Pale Master, and it's not my favorite character or anything. I like him, but man, he is a tough little bastard. Like he can survive almost anything, but that almost is a pretty big asterisk, right?
Well, and that's just it. Like, I don't think I would touch a Pale Master. Anyone that takes extra damage from light spells right now, I don't think I would go near a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, exactly, because he could just waltz through, especially at low levels, because he was a zombie, and it's just like, yeah, I'm just immune to everything, whatever.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, when they start spamming those light dots on you, the whole thing turns around.
You're like, oh, shield block, run away. I mean, you do the best you can, but like I said, those things are real. So I'm kind of thinking, honestly, about the return of the spell singing bard. To be honest, I think that it's probably going to be real positioned again, as well.
Yeah, I think they make a lot of sense. I was playing the iconic spell singer, the Tiefling.
Mm-hmm.
I have one of those as well because I love that outfit they get. And I was surprised just how kind of out of the can. I didn't really put deep thought into the build, just very basic. She's a spell singer, whatever.
Lana.
Yeah, it's so strong these days. Like they're just good in like every direction.
Sorry, we're getting a raid. The music's playing. Don't mean to play over the top of you there. I may have to ask you to repeat that last sentence or so.
Yeah, no problem. Nodins. Cool.
Yeah, Nodins. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Pellmaster can get not taking extra light damage at 6-ish. There's a place that you can take it, and there's also a place that you can take it where as long as you're shield blocking, you don't take extra damage. And you can make those things work like that, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I think you have to work hard at it.
Like I've been that person, so gonna raid and run. Have a good one, buddy. Stay safe.
Yeah, I was just saying that, like, yeah, Pale Masters, even at low levels, because you can take the form so early now, you just get so many immunities and stuff that are so handy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Just ignoring hazards,
Yeah, I think it's really, really bananas. I also really feel like cone-shaped warlocks, for some reason, are going to be bananas. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But
well, I think
just a hunch.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I find in general Warlock is one of the easy characters. Like Warlocks and Paladins are kind of my vote for the classes that. I mean, you need to learn how to play them, but they don't require close attention.
Yeah, see, whether maybe it's just my inherent dislike of warlocks in general, but I feel like I don't know them, I don't like them, I don't want to be around them. You know what I mean? Like that. One of my more famous builds is a warlock build, but I think of it as like an off tank, and I honestly. Yeah, it's nice that it has that warlock capabilities additional power to it, but like I don't even care.
Yeah, I think well, I mean, I like them as solo characters. Like they're pretty fun to play, because I play solo 90% of the time, right? So that's pretty important.
Well, and I think that's part of what I'm looking for.
They don't stand out as much because they don't have as defined a role.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for is something like offensively generalist enough that if I can also take care of like something critical like traps or something, then I feel like we basically cover the one-man party, you know?
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, my gut just keeps going Warlock, like Artie Splash or Warlock Rogue Splash, something, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty good idea.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't want to keep you all night. Thanks very much for hanging out. You're welcome to stick around if you want to.
Well, I'll keep watching, but I'll go off the bike in case people come down here.
Oh, it sounds
want to talk to me.
Sounds good. This way I can at least yell at Remington so he can tell us all about his game again.
Yo, what up?
He loves this game. So,
Yeah.
thanks for
All right,
coming
well,
around,
thanks for
buddy.
having
I
me
really appreciate it.
Yeah, and whenever you're doing something, if you want somebody to just kind of like look at stuff and give you ideas or edit or whatever you need, let me know. Happy to try to help.
That sounds incredible, man. I really do appreciate it. So I'm really glad that you're around. Appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure, my man. All right, have a good one.
All right, man. You have a good day. All right. So let's see if we can murder Remington by turning on the HDMI. Nope, we didn't.
You're a bit too late on that one. I was exploring like literally every place I could explore. Now the game gave me a boat. Turns out it's a terrible idea.
Oh yeah, you having a boat? Or are you exploring what you can do?
Me going literally everywhere except where the game wanted me to go when they gave me a boat. Turns out every other island that I have access to now are like super powerful. I died a lot.
So give us the 2-minute review of your game. Like tell us the reason that people should... What is it? Why people should play it? Why you think it's so much awesomer than other things?
Well, we initially bought it because A, it was really cheap, and B, it looked like a bit of a Final Fantasy ripoff of the older ones. So, like, originally we're like, alright, it's pretty easy, like, $4, that's fine. We get it, and I mean, that's basically what we feel like it is. It's got, like, the occasional jobs and everything. But, there's a bit of a twist. The twist is, you recruit a lot of guys as you play through the game. Like, so many, more than, like, the standard party of, like, 4 or whatever the Final Fantasy gives you. And so, the way that the game handles this is it gives you 3 different leaders, being one, like, human, elf, and dwarf thing for, like, story reasons. But essentially, you can give each of them 3 different guys to handle in a unit, and you can swap between them in the middle of battle, depending on what your situation requires.
Okay, so basically what you're trying to say is that you can have 3 different teams that you can swap around based off of basically one leader. So you have like Team A, B, and C that you can swap around mid-combat based off of what's going on. Is that basically summarize things?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So yeah, Remington's really been digging this game quite a bit.
What's up?
I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Is this something that you'd be interested in doing a playthrough on? Or should we just try to do like a this is what's happening type moment in like a short or something? Like, what do you think is the best way to play this? Like, to show the viewers, if we want to, what this game's about? Like, join us in progress, or start over at some point.
Just seeing little clips of the game is probably more than enough. The game isn't...
So you don't think a proper playthrough...
Probably not. If only just because the music is easily the worst aspect of the game.
That's fair. The music is bad. which you may or may not be hearing, actually. No, you're not going to be hearing that now. Anyway. I don't know, I just wanted to share that why Remington's here. If he's going to be around and kind of be part of things, I'd like to let him be part of things. So.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
That's very cool. Okay. What, if anything, is going on that we are interested in? Not a lot. Huh. No. Maybe it's time we have to put up our own group for Giant Hold Reaper now. Wouldn't be surprised if it was that time. I feel like we did a pretty good job of dodging it. How is that game called? What is it called again, Remington?
Dragon Sinker.
Dragon Sinker. We're playing it on Switch, but there is a link for it on Steam. So I'll throw a Steam link right there for you. But yeah, Dragon Sinker. Stoked to try Auto Patch. You think everyone will like it? I think what we might do is we might try it tomorrow briefly if we have time. We'll set it up or record a trial. Probably not live, but I'll record like 20 minutes of trekking it out or whatever. And I'll try to find a window to upload that when the wife's not super busy and see if we can't put a video of it like tomorrow. Or maybe I'll even record it tonight before we're done or whatever. But I'd like to try to record something and go that way with it. And then I think we're just going to play the hell out of it. Unless you think, excuse me, unless you think, Beef, it's going to be a game that I would like you to be around to like answer questions. Where's this game on? Oh, it's $9 on Steam. What did we paid like $4?
Yeah.
On the Switch though, so that was on sale for.
It was like 50% off.
It was like 50% off, so it's so in that same ballpark. But I've been looking for little RPGs like this, specifically for like when I'm out in the bus and I can't play online or whatever. I want something that I can pick up, put back down. I really like Dicey Dungeons for that right now as well. But what are you doing?
Quinn's chewing on stuff.
Okay, chew it.
Watching her.
Okay, that's fine. Now, if you watch like a 5-minute YouTube video of someone playing, you'll understand. Okay. Well, we'll just try it then. Hi. What are you doing? What? Yeah, you want me to ask Remington to put you OUT? Remington, would you mind putting them OUT?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so the wife was asking about the Rittenhouse trial. I'm going to try not to get into it on the stream unless people just insist, basically, but hopefully justice comes out on top. Whatever However, people want to take that, I guess. Hopefully that's a neutral statement. I think people who watch this stream know how I feel about it, so we don't have to get back into it. Fire Emblem series is nice. Actually, Remington loves Fire Emblem, and he will tell you that he feels privileged that his father is one of the few people that he seems to know that has any idea about it before it showed up in Smash Brothers or something. Yeah, I used to play a couple of different Breath of Fire games. Or Fire Emblem games. Remington also plays quite a few of them. You got 9 out of 10 wins on your second attempt. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I feel like we have one of those that's Mythic 2. This one I'm not so sure about. 29 belt. Just that one over here. Fine. Boots. You've never played Super Smash? I've played, I think, all of them. I don't play... After the one on the 64, I was able to play the GameCube one pretty well, but ever since then, I've kind of struggled with being able to play it at the top levels. And now, the newest versions, there's just too much other stuff going on. He was out with the girls. I don't understand how. No, my one is only nothing. Mistakes were made. These boots. All right. I don't think I have one of these. I think I've looked for them before and I didn't have it when I was looking for my on a couple of different builds. So I feel like I need these. This tower shield, on the other hand, I feel like I have. Even though it's a really good tower shield. Alright, I think we have that stuff cleaned up. Should we go over gear again really quickly? I feel like we should take a second and look at the gear again really quickly, because I've been spending a lot of time thinking about it, and maybe now's a good time to kind of look at it again. So, it's okay, Remington. Lungs, they go on the outside if you say so.
True.
Beef says I've only played Smash 64, and he was poor at it.
Everyone's poor at that game. The game is broken.
I feel like I was good at that one. In particular, that I was good at that one.
Mm.
The GameCube one I was fine at, but the 64 one I felt like I was the best at.
I don't think I ever saw it.
Because I had that the middle control skill to be able to fire off the middle thing that other people couldn't.
Mm.
Anyway, also, which he wants us to know about Fire Emblem.
Which one?
I basically said that Fire Emblem's a game that we do know quite a bit about. I was a little bit surprised that we knew
played a lot of the Fire Emblems. And you're one of like the 2 people in America who actually knew who Marth was when Melee came out.
Yeah. Marth is the best. So, yeah, no. Definitely lots of fun there. Okay, gear. So, some of my favorite sets are the sets from the Red Fins, right? The Bracers of the Claw here is pretty good. And to kind of pair that with the Wind Lasher's Ferocity is pretty good. The only thing bad about the Epic Cape of the Rock is that it has feather falling. Everything else about it is exceptional. Do what we can. So gluing those two sets together, we've played with the Jimmy Mini faucets. It actually didn't take that long. I probably spent another 20 minutes today off camera fiddling with it while I was watching coverage again of the trial. So I was just doing the nervous, like, watching something else activity to keep your mind busy, you know, and slammed it together. So basically we have a 3-piece set now that says 20% threat generation, +3 to attack, damage, crit confirmation, and critical damage, as well as 10 to double strike, double shot, and 10 to melee and range power. That's a pretty good set, as long as the pieces are good. Again, I think these two pieces are pretty reasonable, that don't interfere with most of the Sharn sets. And then once you craft Armor Piercing, Double Strike, and Insightful Deadly on it, you kind of cover all the stuff and slap a Master's Gift in it. I think that's going to be the linchpin of our set of our gear going forward at level 20. At least until we find the raid boots. We may have to start doing the raid to get the boots. I don't think the boots are better than the cloak, but then we don't have Featherfall. Yes, that's how much I dislike Featherfall. Yes, that's how much I dislike Featherfall. Okay. So, with that in mind, use a Featherfall. I don't want a Featherfall at all. I don't want any Featherfall. So, if we could just figure some other stuff out, right? So the problem with the Sharn set is we're still getting extra damage to Helpless and Fortification Bypass. I thought about Stone Shoes. I thought about the Stone Shoes. I don't want to switch around my con item to not have Featherfall, but we may have to do that. Need Stone Shoes Augment? Yes. Perfect. Brilliant. So I was thinking, at least this life, and a lot of melee lives, if I also had the Ravens set, right? That would go in real nice, and that would break our Sharn set. So then we would have an armor set free, which means if we looked for the raid armor from House Kandaric, be really strong. Or also, we could easily slap in a 3-piece Abishai set with like boots, a hat, and a belt. So like you could stack a lot of stuff together. I'm not sure that I'm ready to dive that deep into it yet, but I think this linchpin is really good. And it didn't take that much to get. I already had one of these, but if not, I don't think they're that difficult to come up with. And then I did have to go I ran 2 runs of the quest on Heroic Elite. Took about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at the most. And then I ran 2 piking ults through. I should have probably brought them through first and then killed them and then had them drag along the whole quest. It would have saved me a lot of time. But I didn't think I was going to do it. I had an Elephant up the whole time. Paying the extra money for Boar's Head lunch meat over Oscar Mayer was totally worth it. The sandwich is fire. I always have Boar's Head. I don't I don't have non-Boar's Head anymore. Boar's Head is very, very clean and good. I like it. Quite a bit. So for this gear set, leaving the Sharn set in place, which again I think could probably could go though with a little bit of, if we found the right piece, we could probably let it go. I hadn't thought about letting it go. Interesting. Anyway, leaving that in place for now. The other big gear swap that we made is the Belt of Brutal Force. This came over from the last hardcore server. So it's got a weird diamond slotted in it for now. But I think that could come out and the level could lower back down. But that is quality strength, mostly. I kind of felt like it was worth. It may not be, but for now, I think it's okay. Tempest Spine Raid Armor, level 26. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for that. I think we could... I was kind of thinking what would be good from here. I hate it when they don't. There we go. Don't necessarily think we want to walk around in a heavy armor right away. That is a good armor. Like, imagine a gauntlet, hat, belt, right? There's a belt. I thought the belt was in here. Maybe there's not a belt. Boots? Yeah, boots. Boots, hat, gloves. Then all of a sudden, we also have 10 PRR, natural armor, +2 to stats, +2 to DCs. Seems good. Wisdom, nullification, charisma, devotion. Here we go. Now this is what I was thinking. The epic utility vest. Disable and open lock. It doesn't give you... Doesn't give you the other skills, unfortunately. This is kind of what I was thinking. Oh, are these the armor? Let's take a look at this. Also, light armor, fortification, diversion, 20%. That's sweet. Quality deadly 3, very sweet. Sheltering 33 is fine. Parrying's good. Blurry is fine. Death block is fine. 2 slots. And it's purchasable, though? Hello, hang on. Purchasable, though. We might have enough Tempest runes. Purchasable. Let's do it. I'm in. Let's go. I don't even care anymore. I'm in. I don't think I have the Hound runes, though. I think we say F it. I think we go get some Raven Eye stuff. We put that on. I think we get that armor, put that on. We swap it to a different necklace. We figure out a different hat. I think we just go all in. I think we see what we can do. What can we get away with? I have to go to the bank first. I'd much rather spend the time putting together stuff for level 20 instead of level 27 or whatever, but that seems like a good one. We're way far away from Tempest runes. It looks like. Oh, yeah, no. I might have... Hound. Is this one right? You can see which ones never get ran and which ones get ran a lot. Demigod. Some of these other ones should be higher too, I think, but we have to go over to Java and turn in runes. Yeah, we have a little bit more Artificer stuff, which is good because I think we're going to need more Artificer stuff too. We'll see. Anyhow, I guess we're not going to do that now because we don't have the stuff. I thought we probably would have had it. Kind of sucks that it's not, actually. Alright, everybody, I think I'm going to step away again for a minute, get a drink really quickly, stretch my neck for a second. Do me a favor, try to stick around if you wouldn't mind. Feel free to lower the volume or whatever, it doesn't matter. And what I will do, for those of you who are hanging out, I'm going to go ahead and throw Remington's game up, and you guys can, those of you who are subscribers, can watch Remington do this game instead of the ads. Alright, everybody. Peace. Much love. We'll see you in just a minute. I can hear you. You can talk to them if you want.
But will I talk to them?
I don't know. You can.
I could. But will I?
I don't know.
I don't know. Not even I know what I'm going to do. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Okay, that's a move. You guys want to see absolute murder on everything? I might have to say too bad, actually. I might have to this. Gorilla Bomb 3. Murder everything. Do it. Oh, that actually is very little. These dudes. He lived even! Yo, what up?
Yeah, for now, at least. You keeping everyone busy?
I have no idea. I tried to throw poop at the enemy and they survived. I'm disappointed.
Ugh. Sounds like you're much failure at life. Hey everybody, I decided I'm going to use 2 more of my precious carbohydrates and have a soda water. Trying my best to make life worth living over here. Oh. The way those monsters break apart is a nice effect for a 16-bit game. Yeah, I thought so too, right?
I like it.
Like I said, everything except for the music seems to be really good. You have a cat now?
I won him from the lottery too. Same with my owl. All of my animals I won from the lottery.
Yeah.
They're like, I mean, they're pretty good. The thing about all the animals is that they're all really fast. But unfortunately, like, they just don't synergize very well. Honestly, neither does my little night girl here in my second slot. Normally I have a bard there to buff everybody, but I'm trying to level her up a little bit. So she's pretty terrible. She just kind of sits here. Gorilla Bomb!
Alright. Show us the magic.
Woo! Yeah, I guess those flying guys like resist poop damage, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of like horribly disappointed.
Well, the gorillas have to be weak against something. They seem to be overpowered against everything else so far.
That is incredibly true.
You're just disappointed they're the same as everybody else. That's the problem. I go, oh, they're not superior.
It is horribly disappointing.
The monkey race does not rule supreme here.
Speed -5. MP +10.
What do you think? Have we earned enough, chat, that we could rustle up a Tempest Spine raid for a loot run? Create LFM. Reaper question mark. Tempest Spine. Can we even do Tempest Spine? Hang on. Is that even an open quest or raid at the moment? I feel like I should check before I do anything. The reason I really like those Celsiuses is they give you a fruity taste and a little bit of the sweet. Now that I found that water for the strawberry, though, maybe I'm not quite as hard up for the strawberry kiwi one as I was for the regular strawberry.
Maybe the flying guys just have like overall.
Okay, it looks like it's open. See what?
Maybe these little flying guys have just really had magic resistance in general.
Maybe.
They seem to be taking less damage from all the magic attacks.
Alright. Let's try to put the elephant back up. I'd be impressed if you can solo this on that build. I can't solo that on this build. I don't think I can do all the... Like, I don't think I can open the doors. I sure as hell couldn't heal through it. There we go. We'll see. We'll see if it comes together. If not, we'll figure something else out. I don't know what, but something. Alright, what else is going on? Anything exciting? Not particularly. Iron Man 2's trending.
Woo!
Hello.
Iron Man 2 remake.
So there's some talk about Iron Man 4
Alright.
being like the handoff episode. We already know that they were doing an Ironheart series. So it makes sense to me that they would do...
I feel like there's been talk of Iron Man 4 ever since Endgame ended.
Yeah, but they rearranged a bunch of... He's got a full party. Why is this back up? Weird. They recently moved some movies around.
Mm-hmm.
And they started on a couple of different weird secret projects. So we can see. Doesn't look like that's what they're talking about, but oh, people put him in the weakest of Iron Man or the weakest of the Marvel movies. Really? Oh no. Okay. So they think Spider-Man Far From Home, Thor The Dark World, Black Widow, and Captain Marvel are the weakest of the Marvel movies. I mean, we could riff on that, I think, easy, for like 5 minutes.
Probably. I mean...
Because Captain Marvel is only bad because the actress that they had play.
Yeah, so I know that you were pretty upset about that.
Well, the reason why in particular is I thought that she played the character in a way that was not at all the way the character is portrayed. The character is a generally positive, happy character, and she did not play her that way. It was...
And I agree with that, but I didn't know that Captain Marvel was supposed to be so happy-go-lucky.
Well, she's not so happy-go-lucky, but she's like... still a positive person after all these horrible things have happened to her. Like... unlike in the movie. I liked Black Widow.
I never saw it.
I also rewatched the Thor movies, and I felt like they're much better than I originally gave them credit.
I've always really liked them, but I have not seen Thor 1 or 2 since, like, Thor 2 came out.
Yeah, I would almost say the first Thor movie is weaker than the second one, and once you rewatch it, like, it's much better. But... I don't think you could have it. I don't think you could have a world where you didn't have the first Thor movie be what it was. Like it is actually exactly the right movie for the introduction of Thor. Like when I was watching, I was like, what would I change to make the movie better? Like more for the story or whatever. And I don't think there's that much that I could have thought I would change. I don't think those movies are on the Amazon, or we could do a watch.
I would love to
party,
watch
but I don't think they're on the thing that we could watch party on.
See, those movies were like the original reason that Thor became like my favorite Avenger for a little while.
Yeah.
I just really like those movies. Thor 3, I remember, was great. I never saw Black Widow. Captain Marvel, I wasn't that big a fan of. I felt like there was a lot of really boring segments in it. But again, I don't remember a lot of the movies.
The most of the thing about the Captain Marvel movie, other than I thought Brie Larson was intentionally like angry all the time in every scene, always. Even the scenes that she was supposed to be happy in or whatever, was there was a scene where a single mom was like, "Oh no, I can't go to space. I couldn't leave you alone." And the kid's like, "I'll be fine. I can stay with Grandma and Grandpa." And she was like, "Okay, to space I'll go." Woo! And I'm just like, that whole thing just like yanked me out of the movie super hard.
What was the fourth one? I already forgot.
Thor, Widow, Superman. Or not Superman. Spider-Man. I'm going to take this
Oh.
down. This is not what we're doing.
Yeah, I never saw the Spider-Man movie. I saw the first one, that was it. I thought everyone liked Far From Home.
I liked it. I thought it was fine. It has problems. Mostly that, in my opinion, the fact that basically they built everything around yet another super weapon or whatever that Tony Stark was irresponsible with. Yet again, tarnishing his whatever you want to call it, reputation.
That is his backstory.
I don't know. I just feel like they could have done a lot of the same thing without basically making yet another super weapon.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he's a pretty big influence on the world because he made so many powerful weapons. Like, that's like half of his villains in his comics. It's like, oh, I can make a weapon better than Tony Stark, I swear! And they try, and then Tony's like, pew pew, I have an actual weapon, you pathetic loser.
Again, it's not... It's a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, but you said it was all about the Iron Man weapons.
It was. That's what I'm saying. Like, it would be nice if it was about... Like, somebody else I remember reading or listening to a critique of it, and they were like, what if instead, like, Peter just starts to rely more on the suit, right?
Sure.
So, like, he doesn't have to do as much. So, like, maybe his regular powers start to get weaker or whatever instead. So, as he, like, starts to depend on the suit, he feels like there's a point where he could give up the suit he could give away and basically be without powers. Like, he realizes that, oh, he's just not practicing the muscles, like, they're not working like that or whatever. I just felt like when he explained it to me, like, that argument felt like a better movie because, again, it was all just about Tony Stark giving another power weapon to a kid.
Alright, so correct me if I'm wrong on any of these points, but wouldn't it be kind of hard for them to have used any of like the Spider-Man related assets because like Spider-Man was still like half owned by Sony?
They had a deal where they had worked it out where they were going to share profits or whatever, so they could do whatever they wanted.
Well, they did eventually because
They did.
Spider-Man 4 is going to be the Venom movie in theory. You know, that Venom 3 trailer.
So each movie had a deal worked out before they were made.
Okay.
Each movie has had a plan. What they were arguing about was going forward.
Alright. So I was under the impression that's why they hooked Spider-Man so hard into Iron Man in the first place, was because they needed to build Spider-Man off of one of the existing characters because they didn't have enough original Spider-Man content to use. That was what I was under the
They
impression.
might have something like that, but now they think they can do whatever they want. Have you seen the trailer?
No.
I haven't seen the trailer either. You guys want to watch the trailer?
Like, if they had the ability to do whatever they want, why wouldn't they use, like, or tease Venom for Spider-Man 3 instead of they're doing,
That was different because that was one of the points that they were having problems with because of the doing.
So we haven't even seen like a Green Goblin show up or like anything
So
close to that.
we have seen something. Also, Green Goblin is like the biggest Spider-Man villain. So like I don't even know what you want to say there.
You don't get to see him.
Yeah, you don't put your. It's not the wisest thing to put the biggest star in the first movie, or the biggest villain in the first movie.
Well, that's fair.
I feel like
they've.
I feel like they've learned that lesson. All right, let me also turn the video quality up. So, harsh secret, I turn my video quality super far down on my YouTube, so when I watch stuff when the wife is working, it doesn't slow down the internet connection too much for her. But that means that it looks real bad for me. All right, can you see this?
Yeah.
All right. Let's give it a shot, everybody. We probably also have to pause it and talk every like probably 20 seconds.
I mean, I saw Doc Ock like there for a split
There's
second.
Doc Ock. There's the Green Goblin. It looked like coming down,
Okay.
or one of the other glider guys at least. Let's see, what else do we see in there? Doc Ock, and that's apparently right from the end of the other movie.
All right. Again, never saw Far From Home.
That was he hasn't been there yet.
Sure.
This is Tobey Maguire's Doc Ock.
Oh.
Okay. Yes.
Oh.
And it's confirmed it's from Tobey Maguire's Doc Ock.
Okay.
Like so at the end of that one, he like fell in the water, like saving everybody, like pushing the sun in or whatever, and like fell into the water and drowned, right?
Okay.
Okay. So supposedly it's right from then. All right.
Ever since I got bit by that spider, I've only had 1 week where my life has felt normal. That was when you found out.
I really don't feel like that's big of a deal. I think you could fix this.
When you botched that spell where you wanted everyone to forget the Peter Parker Spider-Man, we started.
I'm telling you, that doesn't feel like Doctor Strange to me.
I remember you talking about that.
Like that line right there did not sound like him. Are you here to complain about how we botched that spell? What? People stop trying to tell me that that's Doctor Strange. All right.
I will say, as someone who's basically only watched through the movies, I don't know a lot about Doctor Strange. I know in the original movie, because that was his origin story, he had like learned his humility and stuff. So he didn't really have his huge Doctor Strange character then. So the most I know about the Doctor Strange I think you're referring to is from the Endgame movies, where he's like this all-knowing guy and he's seen all these futures, so he knows how to like keep it under control, kind of. But, like, that's really the only form of Doctor Strange that I've seen.
Yeah, but you've never seen, like, yes, he had learned humility.
Right.
I agree. But even then, the only time you ever saw him, like, be petty was when he was mad and fighting with the girl. I can't think of her name. Justine.
That's, well...
Like, remember, he was like, oh, you can't take it or whatever, and... Like, and that's why it was the last thing that he had was the watch that he gave her, whatever. She, like, left him.
Alright.
Like, the only time he was ever petty was in that fight. Like, he was never petty any other time in the thing. And that feels like a petty statement.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
So I'm just saying, there hasn't been a lot of Doctor Strange in the movies to really pinpoint his character like you can.
Getting some visitors.
God damn it. Beautiful timing, clock. I thought I had set this to be closer to on time.
It was.
Still like a minute behind.
Oh, well.
Or a minute ahead. Alright.
Universe. From every universe.
Whoa.
From every universe.
We got a scene of the black Spider-Man suit.
Hello, Peter.
Doc Ock doing his thing. Looks good.
You're not Peter Parker.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Dr. Otto Octavius.
Wait,
It is funny.
What's your actual name?
There are others out there. We need to send them back.
Black suit on.
Scooby-Doo this crap.
You know,
And he's
Paul,
got
this is
the
kinda
affinity.
your mess. I know a couple magic words myself, starting with the word please.
Please, Scooby-Doo this crap.
That seems more like Doctor Strange.
You're flying out into the darkness to fight ghosts.
What do you mean?
They all die fighting Spider-Man. It's their fate. I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah, me too.
Don't.
Alright, this premise is cool. I like that he... Okay.
There isn't. There are dangers to our universe. You're not gonna take this away from me.
Yeah.
I don't recognize that guy.
Yeah, you do. He's from... He was the bad guy in what's his name second? Garfield Spider-Man.
Tries to make you choose.
Yeah, and then there's a big super spell.
This is all my fault.
They were talking about the face, talking about how that's how Mysterio's coming back. Wow, that's good.
What's happening? They're starting to come through, and I can't stop them.
December 17th, exclusively in movie theaters. Tickets up.
Okay. So, I hadn't watched it. I knew I was going to.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the reason I do that, I don't necessarily watch them, is because I'll do that thing that I always do, and I'll take it right apart, and I'll figure out the whole damn movie.
Yep, I'm well aware. You were quite good at that.
So I'm going to try not to do that. Let's see. Is there more? No. Okay, so we've got to see a couple of really awesome things here. In particular, this scene, Black Suit Iron Man, or Spider-Man. That is part of how we're going to be able to probably justify the Venom thing. Because now we'll have this, so somehow he's going to get that suit, right? And that'll probably be how they'll be able to tie it together. We had another scene with it too, right? Right here. And he had the magic runes that we're familiar with in the Doctor Strange universe for the time stuff. Which I didn't think we could do with the Time Stone. So that made me think it was a different Spider-Man altogether. But what's this in the back? It's like the electric guy?
That's what my brain immediately goes to.
Yeah.
Hey, who'd you say the electric guy was?
He's Electro or something like that from Andrew Garfield's. So there's 3 Spider-Mans.
Yeah, I recognize the names.
Okay, Tobey Maguire.
Yep.
Had Green Goblin. Like Sandman. I don't know, a couple of them.
Yeah, I was very young when those movies came out.
Right. So, and then we had Andrew Garfield. He had, I want to say, the Lizard and that guy, Electro or whatever.
I will say, don't really remember those movies whatsoever. I at least have like vague images of the Tobey Maguire movies.
Yeah, we didn't watch them very many. I think we just watched them like once or twice, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so we get a couple of that. That again, that's where the Doc he's from. It's cool that they're going to make it where he's going to have to. They're all destined to die by Spider-Man's hands.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you think about that, right, as the linchpin across those movies, that'd be true, right? Green Goblin died when he tried to attack Tobey Maguire. That guy died when he attacked whatever. Mysterio. That guy. So, like, if it's the Sinister Six movie, right, who else do we have?
I don't know. I don't recognize Sinister Six.
Well, that's just it. The Sinister Six are basically the biggest, baddest Spider-Man villains.
So my brain would go to...
So, like, Scorpion has been there before in the Sinister Six, which we have seen him introduced, but we haven't... Not really. He was in the first movie in the bonus scene.
Say, like, Goblin, Venom, Carnage are, like, the 3 I think of. That's only because Carnage was the one Spider-Man comic I've read.
Right. But... yeah, Carnage and Venom kind of are in that list, maybe, but they were never the Sinister Six. They never were.
Say there's like the Green Goblin. I know about Doc Ock. I know of the Lizard Man. That's because I played the Spider-Man 2 video game
Yep,
on the Wii.
The Lizard. He was.
So that's pretty much all I've got.
Yeah, I don't remember. I used to watch the Spider-Man cartoon show, and that's about all I know about Spider-Man.
And I know of a handful of, I assume, minor villains because of the Carnage comics. Like, I know Demo Goblin's an enemy.
Well, he might be one, actually, sometimes in the thing.
I know that there's, like, a doppelganger Spider-Man that existed.
He won't be.
And then Shriek, who's, I assume, a Carnage-related villain. Or Shriek was more Cloak and Dagger, it seemed like, from that comic.
Well, and again, that was just... She's a one-off, I think. Well, a couple off.
Right. As most villains tend to be. So that's about all I know. I don't think I could even name another Spider-Man villain.
Alright, here we go. Sinister Six Wikipedia. The original Sinister Six, it was Doc Ock, Electro, Kraven the Hunter, Mysterio, Sandman, and Vulture. So we've seen Vulture, we've seen Sandman, we've seen Mysterio. We have not seen Kraven the Hunter, which we know has been cast.
Okay.
So he's probably in this one, and then Electro. So that would be most of them.
Alright, well, the Vulture was part of the origin story, so they could pretty easily probably replace him with a different one.
Well, if they replace the Vulture with that tie-in, like they mentioned, with the Green Goblin, they're pretty much good. Return of the Sinister Six was Doc Ock, Electro, Sandman, Mysterio, Vulture, along with the demonic Hobnoblin. Since Kraven died. Then Revenge of the Sinister Six, it was Electro, Mysterio, Vulture, Hobnoblin again. Sinister Seven.
Nice.
Looks like Kraven was something. We've got a couple of different ones. Sinister 12. Like, there's been a bunch of different Sinister Sixes, but it usually involves Doc Ock, Green Goblin of some sort. Usually one of the, Osborn ones.
Mm-hmm.
Chameleon's been on there a couple of times. That would be one of the ones that I was thinking of. Probably Rhino's probably one of the ones that I thought about a couple of different times. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, I think it'll be pretty fun. I think.
Movie sounds cool.
Well, I mean, I've pretty much always had fun watching one of those movies, right?
Right.
So, all right, chat. What do we think? We should definitely give this a shot, right? No, that's not it. Alright, we'll give this a shot. It costs us very little, I think. Put this over here, and we'll put this one over here, because these are moments. That one's not. This might become... I don't know. Like, instead of the 6, maybe, even? Just have to try it. Alright, is there anything going on? Aha, a detour? Oh, this will be good. Hey guys, on my way. Alright. Speaking of things, Heinous, huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Please take a look at my penis. Alright. Detour should be over here. Not that worried about it, but I will take a share. Okay. Alright, are we good? How's our strength? Bull strength. Bear's endurance. Or bear whatever. Alright. Just to get an idea, we managed to get our not rage strength up to 73. We can boost that even a little bit higher still. We haven't fired off our power surge. We haven't fired off our Cape of the Rock. And we can't fire off our rage until after we decided we want this Cape of the Rock or not. So, I tend to try to save the rage a little bit for either, I know they're just going to be a 30-second boost, or for when I think I'm going to want to fire that off. What did I do wrong? Missed a turn. Hit points feel a little low. Oh. Well. I didn't know that was an option. Is never stop sprint boosting. Could do something very similar probably with just the rage boost, but I don't want to have to work that hard at it. Hi, good looking. Hi. Oh. Look at my character Naruto run.
He's going faster because of less one resistance. It is the optimal form of running. I've learned the way of the ninja.
Yeah. And I'm recalling. Alright. Let's see what we can pull off on a Chill Reaper 4. We did downgrade our damage a little bit. About half a weapon die. I think we're gonna feel like we've made that up. More than that probably even. But we'll just have to see. Alright, I probably also, again, need to, if we're going to try this, this moment, we should try it. That did feel pretty good. That did feel pretty GD good. Yeah, that's. If that did not tell you how good that felt, I don't know what else would have. Jesus. If I instantly pick something up and move it on my bar into like my #1 position, that should say something, right? I hope it does, because that was pretty good. Tree or do anything. Yeah, that was not as good as the previous one. Polo.
The old hermit Seamus waits to speak with you near the giant fallen oak just ahead.
Alright. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like somebody's making a motion like they need to go to the OUTs. Alright, well that was user error. That was not the ability's fault. That was me being bad at everything. Close. Don't understand. How did we miss that one? Thank you. What did I do there that was so off? Is my target just dead already, maybe?
Terrific! We're off on an adventure.
Okay. That's what happened. Somehow we got off of our thing again. I hate that. I don't understand why that happens, what I can do to prevent it. I have to figure out exactly what it is. Yeah, I still haven't seen, unless that was it, but I don't think that was it. I haven't seen the number that Sig is talking about yet.
You find Orphan's nether scroll in the Medusa's hidden treasure.
Thanks, buddy.
You got anything?
Defeat this spider of unusual size. This is a situation where people haven't done this one, so they're gonna go get it. That's fine. But give me a second to go buy it if they want to do that.
This once bustling village is strangely silent. No town.
I'm gonna jump over here and buy it.
Many of the windows are shuttered. Are the villagers hiding behind the
Alright. So, just like last time, I think we'll set it to Remington's view, and I'm going to throw a minute on the clock. Remember, subscribers, you don't have to put up with ads, so it's pretty good. Am I using the single target, the cleave, or both? Both. So, here's the single target that I'm throwing down. Trying to throw it with manual clicks, and then here's the cleave. I moved it to the 1 slot even. Alright, so quick 1 minute AFK while I use the restroom. Remington, entertain the subscribers. Monster.
In the middle of a boss fight, so I hope I can do something. This ghost is terrible. I was gonna kill him with my magic person, then they put on a magic barrier. Now I can't kill him with magic. It's sad. Also, ow, pathetic. One of the many perks to cheating is the fact that you don't lose very often. It's great. Oh my god, why did they ever use magic on this thing? It just kills monkeys. This makes sense they can't kill things with poison. Why is that a thing in RPGs? Nothing ever dies to poison yet. People just hate that mechanic so much. The game designers are too afraid to use it. And we have killed them as always. Oh yeah, the ghost was creating the Red Sea, by the way. Now the sea is no longer red, we don't have to worry about it anymore. It's free of the evil that had infested it. Welcome back.
I'm only half back.
That's fair.
I was gonna just grab my cup and fill up the water.
Do it.
I'm working on it.
And off we go after a nice round of teasing the elf character. That's what we get for being elves. They are still elves.
The eternal struggle is me trying to keep my kidneys working. Mush business.
Your kidneys are fine.
At the moment, because I make them work. As soon as I let them take some time off, they're gonna be real pains in the butts, probably. Alright, sorry everybody, I had to bio real bad. Alright. Whew. You ever have one of those bios that you feel like you lost 5 pounds? All water weight? My eyeballs were floating for a minute. I thought I was going to drown. There was one. Alright, let's try the... Single target was good. Single target was real good. That was like 4,000 points of damage on a single hit. Alright, let's try the 6. while you're on chemo, you had to pee every 2 hours for months. I obviously never had anything quite like that, but I've had a bladder infection that I don't know if you've ever had a bladder infection, but the urge to pee is like continuous in my experience, to the point where I basically put together like I would basically I crafted like a diaper out of a couple of towels and just sat in a chair like on a trash bag. It was just like, just go, just try to pee, just to try to get any kind of relief. I hate. I had about 3 or 4 in my life. I hate it. They're the worst. Well, not the worst, but they're very, very bad. They're high on my list of things that I would not want to go through again. And the thing is that you want to try to keep as much, like you want to have the fullest bladder possible, because the infection, what happens is like your bladder's like a ball, right? Well, the infection grows on part of the inside of the ball, but it can't grow where the urine is. But it's irritated to the point where the urine goes up, so it feels like you have to pee, and that's part of it, right? So you have that continuous urge to urinate. So the more that you can keep in your system, the less that infection can grow or whatever. At least this is how it was explained to me by the nurse that told me about it. And oh man. It's crazy. I learned to drink, what is it? Cranberry juice, like straight. Like I can do that. I can drink straight cranberry juice. But you can relieve it, so no problem. Yeah. Yeah. So you're just like drizzling. You're like, oh, just these little bitty drops nonstop. It's like, oh. And it doesn't matter. You could feel like you have to pee while you're peeing. That's how bad it was. It's like, oh. What I found that worked the best for me was to just get like a super hot bath and just like soak. Did nobody go get the key? Is that what happened? I ran all the way. I ran up there, but I didn't go up to the very, very top because I assumed that somebody else did. Secret shame. Then put a migraine on top of that, folks. That's kind of how I would say. Have you don't remember me with those kind of things, right? You were too little last time I had one. A bladder infection.
I don't remember. So I guess not.
Yeah. I also passed a kidney stone once without realizing that that's what that pain was.
That's right there, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
It was fine. You passed it.
Little rock comes out of the end of your ding dong. It's fine. Burning, tearing sensation. It's fine. It's like, oh. Plop, this little rock fuzz out. I mean, what? No! Alright, did someone talk to this dork and get this thing started? I thought... Alright, big boss hit. It's not a particularly big boss hit, but... Funny that passing a stone is horrible enough to turn the villain in Deadwood into a sympathetic character. I mean, it was terrifying. But I've also lived the last 15 to 20 years on a different pain scale than most people in the world, so something that was like, a lot of people don't deal with a 6 on a daily basis, right? Like, most people don't understand what that means to be in that kind of pain for a daily, like, every day. Like, people feel like a 6 and they're like, whoa, this is not normal. Yeah, 6 to 10 daily. Most people don't understand that, right? Most people, you have a pain like that, if it lasts more than a day or two with treatment or whatever, then it's a deal breaker, right? So I think that a lot of us outcasts tend to get used to that kind of thing. Like, we tend to birds of a feather, right? But I think most normies have no idea what that means. So I think for a lot of people, their ding dong is on fire and they're like, ah, the end of the world. A lot of us just means, oh, it's just another 6. Just another magic 6 day.
I'll be back.
You'll be back? Is that a threat or a promise?
Yes.
Yes?
I'm threatening a promise.
Oh no!
This once bustling village is strange in sounds. No townspeople can be seen. Many windows
You know what I might do, chat? I might make like a little pizza when we're done with today's stream. That sounds good. Using like one of my low carb tortillas as the base. Sounds good, actually. I think I even have some pre-cooked bacon bits. Oh no, we have a network error. Are we actually down or are we fine? Playback error? What do we have? It says it's fine. It looks fine. Yeah, honestly glad I don't know. Zika was the worst pain I've had. Mercifully, when it gets to the real painful point, I just lost all feeling in my leg. Yeah, I mean, I make these comments sometimes about how I wish I could just take my head off and sit it on the table. The pain from, like... The pain from here to here, some days, is so intense that I just would like to remove that section of my body, and that anchor, like, shoots, it radiates up and starts the migraine. Oh, it's so bad. That's really loud, right? Streams is good. Yeah, I just on my... I think I had a lag issue on my end for a minute, and it broke Twitch for my personal playback.
Atop the tower rest a number of green-faced gargoyles.
Alright, we made the noise. We saw some damage. It's hard to tell how much, though. Like, we saw the sonic damage come up. Oh, wow, Roadwatch Bow. Sure, whatever. Get in my backpack. You sweet, sweet sentience experience. Woo! Looks like 1100. 1100's not the worst. The difference is I gave up at least 6 to my Dire Charge DC to do this. Period, right? Yeah, period. So... yeah, we can definitely continue to give it a shot. This being a separate attack does not seem like what was intended. That stun though, that AoE stun is just so good when you can pull it off like that. I could even see if that one got a land. Trying to find out. Here we go. I mean, that's a pretty big boom, right? I didn't feel necessarily like a crit. That was a big boom. But we also do a whole lot of extra damage to Helpless. Like a whole lot. Yeah, for this stun, 84. I feel like if I could go in, stun a group, and then fire off the AoE burst afterwards, I think it would be really good. Like this right after. Like everything would be stunned, theoretically. really good.
The reek of stew and stagnant fumes wafts up from nearby chambers. Something foul is in this mortuary castle. The foul stench is particularly strong at this spot. Dark shadows whisper.
There's it again. Yeah, I'm not seeing super big numbers on it, but reasonable.
The overseer and elemental must have been magically connected to a gate somewhere. With their death, the sound of opening mouth can be heard in the distance.
I also would not be opposed to figuring out the new watermark for stun DCs.
The castle throne lies beyond the courthouse. A lone wizard's preoccupied with magic resting on the throne. It must be a never scroll.
Yeah, I think that's probably more normal, that 500 something, so about that 1,000 between the two numbers. I feel like that's probably pretty close.
So, there's the others. Is this what you're looking for? The scroll piece? Oh, well then. The Netherese arcanist always misread the nether scroll symbols for this piece of
I feel like we just attack so fast that we can't even see what's going on when we fire off our boost, which is a fine feeling. No double D's today. What time is it? Coming up on 8. Well, look at this guy. Yeah, if it makes that little noise, it does quite a bit of damage. But if it doesn't make that little noise, I don't think it makes that much. Did they reopen Vaughn 5.6? It's not on the list. In fact, it's one of the things that's not on the list. They're going to reopen at least according to the show notes that I read, the release notes that I read, Sentinel's Chain, Fjarlin Chain, and the Tide Turns Chain. That's Sentinels, right? Yeah, Sentinels. Whatever the other level 21s that are closed. The Tide Turns, the Sentinel Chain, House Fjarlin Chain, and what's that other one? Whatever the other low one was, I can't think of it right now. That's a nice cleave. Like, one of the issues I was having with the hand wrap build before was its cleave was super slow to recover from. Now it feels better. It feels quite a bit better. Sorry, I'm looking to see if I still have the notes, but I don't. So we'll have to reopen them. Sans, House Fjarlin, and the Sentinels. Oh wait, no, now it says this. Oh, they changed it. Okay, so this sentence is different. The following adventure packs and raids have been reopened. Santa Monectron and the House Fjarlin Carnival. Period. Sentinels of Stormreach along with Vaults of the Night 5 and 6 raids and the Chronoscope are still not ready. That's not what it said earlier. It's pretty good so far. Again, a quick recovery on a cleave or any sort of the abilities seem to be really good for this particular character. Right, you go in, you do something, you come back out. You want to be able to respawn quickly. This could easily be a go in, dire charge, spin around, kill everything. It could really be that. Like if I could go in there and stun that big group of mobs and then get that big cleave off, like that should be a metric ton of damage. And again, because we do so much more damage to... Ooh, 74. I think 78's my personal best, so... Here. I wonder what he did. I think the fact that this cleave is not on the same timer as the other one is a mistake. And this is the kind of thing that you want to take advantage of why it's still broken, because it seems very, very good. If that makes logical sense, which I think it does. I think people understand what I'm saying. Enjoy it while it's here. Don't expect it to be here forever. I bet this is going to be changed down the road to be modifying this. See, that was one of the things I couldn't understand, is that it talks about these charges, but it doesn't say where you get them from. On use, you gain a stack of Cord of Fate. Cord of Fate stacks 30 seconds and stack up to 3 times. Yeah, so even if you fire this thing off 3 times in 4 seconds, or in 30 seconds, which is probably possible, but there's no way for me to keep track of them. They don't display anywhere that I've found. It is interesting. Again, this in particular, this Blade of Discord, seems quite strong. Indeed, I suspect it will get fixed at some point. It'll have to get popular first. It makes a different sound depending on how many stacks you have. Ah, that's good. Yeah, I think the issue is that it's going to be the Sword Sings is going to compete with Dire Charge against Trash. So I think it's inherently behind in the Trash portion. But I bet you it's something that you're going to want to throw against bosses. Right? You know what I mean? I bet it's gonna. It might be this like straight up superior against bosses. Especially if you can like spam it, which it looks like you can every 4 seconds on a cooldown. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I think you just throw the cleave every time, right? At least I do. Like, you just let that be your attack at 3 weapon dice with 2 critical. Like, that's your 1-2 punch right there. And if you can be sprint boosted, power boosted, or whatever while you're doing it, then you made magic happen. Kanahi? Where am I? Yeah, that's just a great follow-up to the thing. I like that. I like that as a follow-up for sure. Yeah, I feel like I would have to keep track of that in particular. I don't think that I keep track of that kind of stuff very well. I wish I was better with having a second. I should start working on reprogramming another one of these buttons to be my thumb buttons, but I'm a little ways away from that. Or better yet, like, this be whatever this thumb button is, and this one, you know what I mean, the combination. I'm just not, I don't think I have that kind of skill right now. It certainly is the attack that I feel like I've been missing from to fight Reapers. Like a big chunk. That feels good for that. If for no other reason than that by itself, it feels good.
With a shock, you recognize the body of Germon Dyer. The Netherese must have caught the harbor before he was saved by the Netherscroll places.
Yeah, quick recovery cleave seems way good. That was something, like, I was trying to use the cleave on the barbarian cleave, and it felt like there was a slow recovery time on it. If that makes sense. Alright, buddy, have a good one. What's the matter, buddy?
I just won another owl from the lottery. But when you win animals from the lottery, they start out at level 1. And so I don't know if this owl is going to be better than the current owl or not.
Probably.
I don't know, actually. Because, like, my Jungle King monkey is clearly far superior than my Tree Ruler monkey. And so I have the Forest Guru owl right now. Wise owl, but I would assume so.
Alright, so you don't know if Wise Owl is better than Jungle Owl or
Forest Guru.
Forest Guru.
And even then, he might still just be better than, like, my actual mage that I have. But he requires so much more leveling. It's probably fine.
Trying to make some space here to get back to the party. So, some of the trash from the other sides come up the back. Here they come. Alright.
A pair of Netherese wizards are engaged in a mystic ritual in the center of the keep. One of them calls to you with scorn in his voice. You're just in time. In a few seconds, this Netherscroll
I say waka waka waka. Remy's trying to figure out where exactly he can put his lungs so they don't have to be on the inside.
It's true. Lungs are annoying.
They're the worst. Well, we tried. We stayed on the monster as best we could. D&D thought, I know it's a meta magic feat effect, but I'm totally fine letting players change the elements of their spells when picking them. If you want Fireball to be Sonic, sure. If it breaks something, it breaks something. I can adapt as a DM. What would you change? I don't think I would make that change.
You know how awesome it would be if I could just turn all my super powerful fire spells and not fire for like 2 seconds?
It would be what? I mean, you can do that. It's a meta magic feat, but I mean, this person means when instead of fire, like you could pick Fireball, pick an element and set it in stone there when you're done.
Okay.
Is there no Jerez's? Oh, thank you. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Taking the Nether Scroll with them. You've reached your journey's end for now. Yet you have the feeling that you've not heard the last of the shadowy empire of Nithering.
Oh, hello. Ew, gross. Never mind. Never mind. Not doing Epic Elite. Gross. I'd rather do quests with no reward than go do something on Epic Elite. We get this first reward here. Unfortunately, that is all. We didn't stop and pick up quests, so I'm not that worried about it. But it'd be nice. Also, we might randomly be close to, because we did Wailing Prison, we did that. We did all this chain. We might be close to like randomly having a couple of sagas complete too. Harper reward or whatever. Not do you get points.
I've immediately forgotten what I was going to do. Oh, I remember. I see you answer. That was good. And then maybe one of these over here. No, that's the heroic, I guess. Oh. Okay, so we need a little bit more. We need this chain. Gross. I don't like these. I guess I really just dislike the what goes up, right? If we happen to be able to catch this group to do this part, I think that would be pretty okay. And how about these over here? Like randomly really close to one of these. Oh, beyond there. Nice. Skip this one too. Min for that. What are we missing on this one? Oh, we could definitely do some of those pretty easily. So we have a couple of places that we could pick up a quest without too much hassle. We also can go do Giant Hold. So we have some options. Let's see what was the leader.
28, so I don't feel like I got a problem going to 28. I would never level past the leader on an LFM that I joined without kind of checking it or clearing it or whatever you want to call it, but... I kind of want to take this, Harbinger of Chaos. Let's do it. Let's do it. Alright. So this is kind of like when you have other boosts besides haste boost, they turn those into haste boosts. That would be fine, but since I only have this, I don't need that. Weapon attacks against creatures that are afraid, shaken, or have 5+ stacks of terror at 1 stack of vulnerability. I guess that's fine. I kind of like this too. So do we take this intimidating presence? Or do we take something over here? So we're going to need points to get up this way. No, we don't. We're good. I was thinking 40 for some reason. I kind of want to take this. Let's just try this. Okay.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that a ship has arrived to ferry passengers to Sharn, the city of towns. The ship's captain seeks heroes looking for a grand adventure in the clouds. Speak to Captain Alban Dranmore in the Stormreach harbor to set sail for Sharn.
This is not where we parked our car. This is where we parked our car. I never really think about these quests. If I'm not on the skilled person. When I'm on the skilled person, I have no problem doing these quests. But as a non-skilled person, I tend to worry a little more than I probably should. feel like often people will get hung up on one person going AFK.
A hole in the ground leads to another part of the cave.
Do we live? Oh, good, we live.
As the valve turns, the sound of a stone door grinding open rebounds through the cave.
I'm just gonna try to stay by the bear, pick up these ancillary regenerates whenever I can, basically. Freaked me out for a minute. The way everything flashed right there, I thought something had broken. Alright, we don't want to be held. I know, kids, I feel like knocking some people on their butts pretty okay. Oh no, he's in a bear trap. Only one of us that could have fallen for that. Oh god. Definitely too many. Definitely mistakes were made. No chance. Right? No chance of survival? Maybe? No. Close. Is that a Reaper? Or a Fear Reaper, I mean? It is a Fear Reaper. So we're gonna have to come back and kill that guy. This Demon Soul, the champ. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but I think we'll be okay. Hopefully get all of everybody back off these Reaper dots. We did it. We pulled our lever. If we can make it back to the shrine, or at least close enough to the shrine that we can self-res off the shrine, then I feel like we have accomplished a great many things. I think we will. I think we'll make it. Okay. Whew. In before lock. We resable yet? Not quite. Not probably quite ready for that. Yeah, we could have probably just sprint boosted.
Terrific! We're off on an adventure.
We are, in fact, on an adventure. This is our melee power at the moment. 150 unboosted. Not the worst.
The Weeping Cove is rumored to be a resting place of Two-Toed Tobias, an ancient furry-barrel legend.
Garls then, or the other one? I assume you mean Garls first. Oh, Grey Garls, here we go.
Our cave extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
Okay, so this one I feel has a tendency to get kind of nasty sometimes, it's particularly in that death room with all the light stuff. I don't know what exactly we'll do with that, but we'll do our best to figure out something, I guess. Typically, I would have just let past this stuff. Looks like I was not the only one that would have done that. A couple of Reapers across the way.
Beyond the gate, a massive UNT guards and
Is the Fear Reaper down in the water active? I got him stunned, but I think I was still dotted already. Yeah, there's just not enough self-healing, I don't think, what I currently have operating. I don't know if I can improve that in an easy way or not.
it must be hidden elsewhere in Garl's tomb.
I have to really look at it. Buddy, my friend, what's up? Not too bad. A little bit of head pain today, but we're on the recovering end of yesterday's flare-up, I hope. But I am enjoying this kind of odd build. We're struggling a little bit in some places, mostly because our healing is bad, and we're still kind of... I think we're going to spend some time in the near future to work on armor stuff. We're not there yet. Ah, I was too slow. Sorry, mate. Sorry to hear that. It is what it is. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but we'll deal with it.
Terrific! We're off on an adventure.
We are like the 5,000 leap dot build though, which is pretty sweet. There's certainly some real perks to being a... Oh, I was too far away. That was bad. 6 negative levels though. Well, on the plus side, I guess we're gonna die. I have 13 nags. I'm just gonna take this death. Like, the stun build here is doing good, as long as I don't get tripped back or... You know what I mean? I always use this spot, I guess. I've never... Yeah, I'm a little cuckoo. Yeah, I wish my self-healing was a little bit stronger. They're actively engaged over there on this side. Just want to drop by and say a quick hello. Alright, bud. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great time.
Hello.
I will do my best. And so we're just doing our little grind action here. Playing our weird builds. No. Okay, I just fell. Do my best to not stir up too big of a shitstorm. He quietly lied. Oh no! 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 We could have lived. We could have lived. Not quick enough. Okay. My wand and scroll mastery is not the best. Sometimes I feel like I get this weird lag where I literally can't do anything. You guys get that? And you, or like you do something but it really didn't happen, so then the game like has to resync with what's going on.
Are you on Team Cleric? Regards you with scorn.
Believe that your ridiculous obsession with treasure. No matter. We'll recover what you have stolen from your bodies.
The Cleric gives a nod, and Yuan-Ti warriors spring from the water.
Good.
I feel like our damage was good there. pulling a Reaper away. I'm not sure where it is exactly. Looks like it's a Carnage. I'm honestly not that bothered about the end chest. I think I can just finish out and feel fine. Except I'm not going to be allowed to finish out because of the Reaper. Boom, out, made it. Thanks for the hands, by the way.
You're welcome. Alright. I'm going to step away and bio again really quick. One more time, I'm going to put a quick minute on the clock and put Remington here so you guys can see him. Yo, what up?
I'll be right back, everybody. I just put your camera up, not your game.
Oh, okay. Why do you do this to me? I don't know how to talk to people. I'm not lying when I say this either. I have no idea what to say to any of you guys. Feels weird talking to a camera. Also, the game's playing on sound that's spooky. See, I guys don't even see the game. What am I supposed to even say? I don't know what DDO does. I keep looking at that carpet. I keep thinking it's Quinn and it's not, and it bugs me. Oh, something happened on my game. I don't know what. I think it was the level. That's fair. Oh, yeah. I actually have to grind for a little bit in this game now. I'm doing a side quest, and side quests are terrible.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. I don't know if there's any people actually back yet, except for the handful of subscribers, which is awesome. Thanks very much, everybody. In the event that you are a subscriber and you got to listen to Remington complain about how he's bad at everything.
Not everything, just people.
Everything. On the plus side, you get to hear about how he's terrible at everything. So, win some, will get. Win some, win some. Famine, huh? Hope I'm not considered DPS in this party. Okay. Again with Rumi's lungs on the outside.
Yeah.
What? Sorry, I was not looking at the screen at all.
Yeah, your dog was buffing you while you were gone.
My dog was buffing while I was gone?
Yeah.
Oh, sweetie pie.
Listen here. Surely it won't be as easy as simply taking the
Christmas music time. Sorry, everybody. Anyone else really want bacon?
Yes. What was it?
I just really would like some bacon. Like maybe with a little bit of, like one egg scrambled up inside of tortilla with lots of cheese and like hot sauce.
Yeah.
But like lots of bacon. Like mostly bacon.
More than just like a bacon and sausage roll.
I mean, it didn't have to just be sausage, but bacon for sure. I mean, hey, come on. Bacon's the best. Bacon's better than all the rest. That's what I always say. Hey-oh.
The fetid stench of sewer fills your nostrils.
I can't even pretend to be the wee baby anymore because I think I'm as high level as the leader of the group, so I can't even pretend to be a wee babe. I have to just get in there and get to work. And hope that our DPS is enough to convince everyone that we're really contributing. Let's get in here for this potential splash though. No, no splash. Oh yeah, Featherfall too, right? Yeah. That's not even that hard, jeez. With Featherfall on? Come on, mates.
Is anything difficult with Featherfall on?
Yes, lots of things. Featherfall makes a lot of the game cancer. Anything that involves falling, for example.
Pulling this lever fires a dart high above. It must be a the other components in the room return to their initial state. This appears to be a reset mechanism.
Okay. Meow. Oh, that was the wrong button. Gonna he? Remington, how long have I said that? Your whole life, right?
Possibly.
Gonna he?
I don't know.
Ambush. These pirates must be held in Dragon's trials, for now they mean to declare.
Like, I feel like my DZ is okay. That seemed like a reasonable thing to do right there.
A sweltering wave of heat washes over your body.
Rackham's Inferno. Go Pingus, it's your birthday. I should be fine over there still, right? Like, it's sticky, but looks like the game. Yeah, can't know if it's sticky, but it's okay. Nope. Technical debt. Tag debt out of left field. Got us. Ba-boom. Boom, baba, boom, baba, boom, baba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I feel like I definitely need to find a better self-heal method. To be fair, I really felt like most of the time I haven't needed to self-heal. I feel like we've had enough coming off the hand wraps to basically stay up and moving. In the times that we have had a problem, I feel like we've had a pretty good party for picking up heals. So it does feel a little bit odd. Fortunately, we were able to counter Intimidate there. Our Intimidate's not the highest, but it's fine.
Step closer to locating Aratsri's legendary treasure.
Well.
Stands curiously alone in the center of the cove.
There we go. You Jawankers. Apparently, telling my horse to mount up doesn't mean anything.
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through. These pirates must have taken over the smuggler's cave after Goldboard and his crew were wiped out. This new crew seems much better equipped than the usual pirates. Before Martin Ward is captured by these pirates, he extensively explored these caves. If a clue to Aratsri's treasure is hidden in here, Ward might be if you could resist.
You see what I mean? Like, as long as we can knock the things down and hit them with our claws, like, we can heal forever. Alright, so we've charged up this thing to 2. It does show up here. It's got all 3. So ready for the big fra-la-la on this thing, huh? Somebody got him. Surprised people decide to go this way. It seems weird, but I'm not against it. We're not going to outrace that. Hey guys, I really do appreciate the heals. I mean, I guess that's right. Here, we'll work on this one. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the other one doesn't seem to make a lot of sense right this minute. But it looks fine. Looks fine. I mean, it looks good to me. Usually the solving the puzzle is quite a bit of experience. I didn't get to see the number. Can't believe it's 9 o'clock already. I feel that two different ways. On one hand, I'm exhausted. Again, I'm still just not feeling well from the last couple of weeks, but also, it's, I know I've taken a couple of breaks, got up, walked around a little bit. I'm just not used to sitting for this long anymore. I'm usually, I get up, I get at least a little bit active. know we might just do a few more things and call it a little bit early this evening. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on what the group continues to do. I mean, we're super close to... We're 2 dots into 28. So we have quite a bit of time. Looks like the leader has bailed, though. So it doesn't look like there's a big chance that the group's going to stick around super hard. So +6 cogs, though. Yeah, we're just like... I also feel like this lag situation is getting really frustrating as well. I think what we'll do is we're just going to go ahead and wrap here. It's been 7 hours. I think it's probably fine. And then this will let them do that server restart and update tomorrow. We won't have to worry about anything. Now... I'm not sure if we're going to be back Monday. We're going to... The wife and I are going to attempt to go out of town, I think, tomorrow. Leaving the master of the house here in charge. And just have to see what happens when we come back. Before I go, do you guys have any questions, comments, etc. that you'd like to discuss before we go? So I'm happy to hit those. Otherwise, I'm going to lay down for a little bit, try to get my head to stop spinning. Maybe lay out these carpets and do that there. And otherwise, we'll see you guys definitely by Tuesday. I feel like we have to be back by Monday because I think the wife works. So probably Monday, but I don't want to make any guarantees after driving the bus back all the way from Oklahoma. So, all right, everybody, peace, much love. Then we'll see you soon. If you need anything, send us a message. Don't forget, Patreon.com is the best way to support the channel. Patreon.com/Samus. But of course, going over to our YouTube channel, subscribing over there would be a really big help. Commenting on videos, stuff like that. Really, really appreciate it. Everybody, peace, much love. We'll see you guys soon. Toodles.
Doodles.